Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Everyone doing this Sunday. Hey, Christian. Hey, Monkey Butler Labs. Hey, Collie and PF Dennis and Derek. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Jose. Hey, Bill, Biney, Arizona Moose, and Simon. Who else do we have here? Truck Guy and Familicious. Hey, B. McNichol and Jack and Teza. That's how far I'm going to go up. How are folks? Hey, Kelvin and Cliff and Dave. And Cadwell and Steven. Hey, John. Okay. We're back on the Millennium Milo build. Whew. Mitchell and 3D Wolf and BA. Who else do we have? Gray Dean, Tuxedo and Kelnai. Hey, Dr. Dave, how are you? Hey, Jeff. So when we left off, we had worked on the table, the base, the electronics enclosure, and Phoenix first print. No, we didn't do that last time, but I did that since. Hey, Apollo. Hey, Justin. Hey, Daniel. Mega T Blaster. Couple of things on this. So when we were working on this before, I had the two-piece skirts. And there's a little bit of potential flex from that. So the idea is to go to a one-piece skirt. So I just edited the CAD model and made it one piece. However, it's tough to print a piece that wide without it warping in ABS or ASA. Hey, Laura. Sean, I presume. Oh, yep, both of us. Hey, are you nephew? And who else? Projects in Dad's Garage. So it's tough, and you get things like if it lifts off the bed at all, you get things like this artifact. Now, overall, this print turned out pretty good. You don't actually see that artifact on the top. This is probably getting a little dirty from sitting on the table. It printed okay, but I wanted to try a different idea, and I did that on the back, where I kept it two pieces, but I made a joining piece. So it'll still keep these together without being allowed to flex, but gives a little integrated, doesn't look too bad, third piece to join them together. And that's held in with some heat sets in there. So, hey, Beartastic. I think that turned out okay. Weird. I have an idea for the front piece to do the same, but I didn't have time. So, yeah, this isn't bad if you can get it to print without warping, but a couple of attempts, I could not. And I don't usually have adhesion issues. I don't print with brims in general, ABS, ASA, anything. The piece in the middle is printed. Hey, Jared, welcome. Yeah, the piece in the middle is printed. But it wasn't too bad to do. Like I said, I have an idea for a piece on the front, very similar. So I like it. You should make those out of aluminum once you get the mill up and running. Could. How hot is my chamber? That's a good question. I don't have a chamber thermistor in that printer yet. So typically, depending on the printer, I'm printing between 50 and 60-ish, low 60s. Low 50s to low 60s, depending on the printer. Okay, we are going to be following a combination. We're going to be following the Millennium ducts, and we will be following the LDO motion. Is that the one? Yeah. LDO's specific guide for the electronics that they supply. So let me paste that link as well. Oh, easily lost. Hey, Arthur. Hey, Daniel. comment on the upside down trident stunt? Which upside down trident stunt? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't actually. Hey Greg. Oh, real quick before we get too far, we do have 2 giveaways. Every one of the Millennium Milo series streams will be giving away a CNC starter set from LDO, provided by LDO, and that is, and I've pulled several things out of it, but it is the this box. It has 1, 2, 3 blocks. It has a magnetic stand for a dial test indicator and a dial test indicator in here, some gauge pins, end mills and collets, and some shim stock. So we're giving away one of those, and then we're giving away the typical Polymaker filament giveaway. So that happens at the 3-hour mark. Do what we can to hit 300 likes by 3 hours. And yeah, so Thunder Keys, thank you for being a member. I ordered my Trident 1 year ago today. Happy anniversary. Nice to see you broke a piece trying to remove it from the plate. Hey, PC Van Vliet. I don't know why my camera is darker today. Does anybody have any idea? Is it just the brightness? It's so bright in here. Do I need to tweak something with that? I noticed that when I was getting going, but I don't know what to do about it, so. GJ, thanks for becoming a member. Hopefully it'll mostly be this kind of view. I'm sure it's a white balance issue, and I think it's my forward lights are all on. I think it's just extra bright this morning. Yeah, so I need to, I don't have easy access to that camera. It's very difficult for me to get to change anything. I can barely reach it to turn it on. So, and blame daylight savings time. This is, yeah. Well, I mean, it would have, just an hour into the stream last week, it should have been the same, right? But yeah. I am planning on shifting to another spot in this garage as my continued temporary solution, right? Okay, I'm going to gather parts. How has everybody's week been? Have any fun projects being worked on? Let's go here. So we're going to start gathering parts. We need Wago terminals. Wago terminals and other bits and pieces. I'll save my rant for daylight savings. Hey, no, go right. You can change your exposure to center weighted. It will help. Hey, Ola. Ooh, bronchitis. Not fun. Worked on a Milo. Awesome. Working on the Voron Legacy now. Nice. It's not hard, but the bomb generator had a bug. Did it? I'm not surprised. Okay, let's start here. Why don't we? I printed the little mount for the Wagos, so let's put those in. Almost finished remodeling my desk area. Nice. I got shelves in for the shed, so I am definitely making it harder on myself by stuffing it full before I get the electrical done. Electronic connections to finish my Sakura. Nice. I've got a few things that have come in to work on my Sakura, so we'll be back on it later this month. I think I have the suspension sorted. Problems with that. Put rails on the y-axis and my Sidewinder bed slinger was not easy as I thought. How nice was a lack of delay on the stages event? It was interesting. It was a little, it was different and very different because I'm used to this. But for anybody that doesn't know, I did a Discord stage. So if you're a member of my Discord, and the link is in the description, very rarely or occasionally, I may do something that I don't necessarily want to have as in the YouTube algorithm on as just kind of hang out in Discord. So last Thursday, a few days ago, we unboxed a Prusa Mark III, and it was fully assembled. So we basically unboxed it and printed with it. It was about an hour and a half of just hanging out and setting it up and doing a print. So that will be part of some Prusa Mark 3.5 upgrade content later. Are you planning on building an enclosure for the Milo? I have some ideas, Luke, and welcome. Thanks for being here. I have some ideas, but I'm not sure yet. Wormsy. Got my solid fork rebuild back printing yesterday. Nice. Welcome, Obi-Wan. I ordered a kit for another foam blaster, the Alchemist. That looks like a fun build. The next build for me will be the zinc, but that'll be an unlisted stream just because of the content. So I'll let folks know when that's going to be. I just don't know when. So, okay, let's get, so we have these. We're going to follow mostly in the LDO documentation for layout here based on those parts that come with the kit. And if we go over here, we followed the, I think, table assembly last time, which was all this. We got through all of that. So then I think the electronics, and this is where we're going to be with the LDO motion guide. So let me find the power supply. Here it is. And I think that's what I need now. Upcoming project, put in a Rapido 2 Plus UHF on my V2. Fun. I don't like the foam. No, well, Sir Guide, the zinc is a very realistic looking blaster. It is, I've heard it is actually not allowed at some events. And for that reason, I'm going extra cautious on that one. It's not about that it's a foam blaster, it's that it's a exceptionally realistic one. So for those building a Milo, you should join the Millennium Discord. Lots of good discussions there. Yes, and I'm pretty sure there's a link in the description to that. Make sure it has an orange tip. Yes, it will have a very orange tip, even though it's very clashy with the color scheme, because it's going to be black and red. But yeah. Okay, I got a collection of parts here. I also printed those pieces I was missing last week. A couple other pieces, some pieces that are going to go in here. And I think that's, yeah, that piece and that piece. I think that's all I need out here right now. Projects in Dad's Garage. If you look up the zinc. Okay, so we have our More Sun power supply. These are pretty nice because for the cost, you can get them on DigiKey, which gives it a little bit of extra validity in my mind. Although I've heard from other people that they're a good power supply anyway. But you can buy these on DigiKey. These are what LDO has moved to in their kits. All of their kits, I think, are coming with More Suns now. Millennium has a build log on the Millennium Discord for people to see different variations. Yes, it is it's a UHP equivalent. What do they call it? It is the LMF 350. LMF 350. Kind of read that. Oh, that actually focused. What a deal. LMF 350, and then some other numbers. UH. So the printed parts here don't actually screw in. They just kind of wedge it in place, which is actually pretty decent. Where'd that one go? everyone, noob. Afternoon from Texas. Hey, Brent. So, yeah, this is just showing pictures of how this goes on each end. Then we have an expansion board. Now, we started all this last week, and I ran into issues with the mounting screws breaking the posts on the printed part. Just not enough surface area on those printed parts to for that. And so I went in and did a really quick remodel, just basically added big chamfers and fillets on both of these parts. And when I assembled these, they did fine. So I went ahead and did it pre-stream because I didn't want to break them again. I wanted an opportunity to print if I needed to. So those were all tweaked and then reprinted. And I sent LDO the parts that I tweaked, even though there's nothing special to it. It was just added some stuff. Added some beef. There's another thing where you can indicate a blaster or toy gun with some orange tape or paint around the end of the barrel. That is a thing. You want any of these toy blasters to have an orange tip, a brightly colored. I think orange is probably the safe recommendation. Okay, so the expansion board I put together, the main board I put together on its little bracket. And then we have an emergency stop button is in the box, so I have that. Is there anything to do with this? Let's take a close look at the e-stop. The internals are enclosed inside clear panels for you to see. There are two sides with opposite operating principles. One side with a red part and one side with a green part. We'll only use the red side on this machine, so good reading. The e-stop button is not pressed. The center contact is pressed down, causing the two terminals to be closed. When the e-stop button is pressed, the center contact is pulled up, causing the terminals to be open. So initial layout, electronics placement is like this. Use M5x10 button head to screw the main board mount. Use M5x12 screws for the Wago terminals. Really? Okay. By 6 for the wire ducts, and M5x8 screws for all other mounts. Stick the antenna of the main board to the front skirt of the table. Hi, Charlie. Hi, GameKey. Okay. So we're going to put in a bunch of to insert a, well, that's weird. I didn't check something and I am going to have a problem, but we can deal with it. Hey Pedro, and I'll there, let's zoom this in. This is going to, oh, well, that didn't work. If you click on the zoom button, it should give you a bigger picture of what you're clicking on, right? Let's go back down here to the power supply. That right there is a view full image, right? There we go. These are not the same mounts I printed for the power supply. These are not the same mounts. Let me see what is going on. See what's up here. Where's the power supply? Oh, here we are. Yeah, those are not what I printed. Let's go to the printed parts guide. We got a Milo. Here, let me get a Milo kit and printed parts guide. Let me paste this link in chat. So if we go down here, there is a power supply mount and the brackets can be found here. Yeah, those have been updated when? 3 weeks ago. Where did I get these then? Oh, that's terrible. That is not the print orientation. That should not be the print orientation. Those need to get bumped on its side. So I'll report that to LDO. This is too big of an overhang here. But where did I get these? Let's go to the Milo 1.5 GitHub. Wonder if the mounting ears spacing allows it to be bolted directly to the extrusions. Yeah. So let's go to STL files. Nope, not mini-mill. Electronics table. Is there a PSU mounting? But this is for a different PSU. This is for the wider, the LRS series. So I downloaded these mounts from LDO, and you can see the problem. I downloaded these from LDO. I'm imagining that I downloaded them and then they got revised at some point. Because if this, these don't actually line up with the slot spacing anyway. If I try to go there, I'm gonna have to bolt this in about there and then come back in and, oh, this will go this way. Come back in and tweak this later. So. Phelps, thanks for being here. Welcome. First time. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Your videos with Pooch building this Trident have been amazing for me to build my own Trident. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Looks like there should be room to move it down for what you have. You know what I'm going to do, actually? I'm going to, because just so I don't have to relocate, let's leave that open. I want to be in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th slot over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5th slot over. So I don't have to relocate T-nuts. I'm going to just cut the ends of this off. And then I'll reprint and slip in the new ones. I don't need to start a print. I'll do this. I'll do this after. I just did not realize that, so it's simply going to cut this off, find out how much we need to cut to safety squints, folks. Safety squints are not enough. Hey, that was perfect. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly into that spot. Perfect. JIT plastic parts. Okay, we are going to start placing T-nuts. So we're going to need one there. Need one there. To need in the next slot here for the Wagos. Let's zoom this in a little bit. Oh, sorry for the shaky cam. So that looks like it goes all the way up against the back here. Really? No, 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 no. I'm backwards. I'm backwards. Let's start over. Let's start over. I do like V-slot for how well these T-nuts work in them. To a certain degree, maybe almost too loose. No, that is the correct side. Never mind, I was right. But looking here, sorry, I was correct. But looking here, trying to zoom in on this spot, I don't see the second cutout that's on my piece. Is that not in the LDO piece? Maybe it's not needed. If I go to the LDO electronics table and I want the rear skirt, I don't know which one it is. Let's look at rear skirt B. No, that's the power inlet. That one's correct. Let's go rear skirt A. Yeah, only one hole. Only one hole in the LDO files. Anyone would think it was designed to fit there? Yeah. Only one. So if you look here, and I actually had these in the right spot, I saw the Wago mount being right in the way of this hole. This hole isn't here on the LDO files. I printed the Millennium files. So that hole is missing on the LDO files, which actually makes my little bracket easier to do if it wasn't there. But okay, never mind. Let's go back where we were going. You must own the option for Xmax 3D printed blaster or RC. He wants to build the RC. Awesome. Can it mill something stronger than aluminum? Set your expectations for this. It'll do aluminum pretty well with the right settings. You're not going to do production quality or speeds here. You're doing hobby level stuff. Let's see. There was a post here. I'm going through the back into here. There was something about which size screws we were using. Okay, we're going to need M5 by 10, M5 by 8 for everything else. What about the power supply? It doesn't actually say. Okay, that's fine. Here, let's look at the overall placement. So this is going to be somewhat close here, giving us enough room for stuff. We need our M5. I think these are probably M510s here. And those are too tight, so let's ream them out. The reamer. That's a feedback I could give is, in general, the M5s on this are modeled a little too tight. Could be tweaked. It said any other mount, but I really don't think an M5 by 8 is correct for these. I think these need to be 10s, just looking at the thickness of the mounting tab. Here, this for instance, let's see if I need to, nope, that one's correct. Let's see how far this sticks out the other end. That far. Let's see if it will thread in. Yeah, but like one thread. PF Dennis, thanks for gifted memberships. Okay. I think. Fairly confident could cut brass and bronze. It should, yes. Just trimming this a little bit more. There we go. And I will be reprinting these. I want the support over here. It locks into the extrusion there. So this will do for today to allow us to keep moving, but we'll need Yep, let's do what we can. Try to hit our 300 like goal. We're at 82 right now with 227 people here. Okay. Then we have in this, we have these wire tracks. Get these out of the way. It's gonna go right there. These are definitely the M3x8s. That's gonna go about over there. We only need a couple of, or M5x8s. So many of the YouTube clients are not auto refreshing likes for some reason. I at least get a live view. Hey, look at that. I got it right in the right spots. M5x8s for these for sure. In fact, I think a M5x8 is going to rub on the bottom of the extrusion. So I may put a washer under there. Let's find out. Let's put this in, and yeah, that rubs. That's rubbing on the bottom of the extrusion. If you just took a M5x8 and threaded that in, it's gonna rub. So I'm gonna grab a couple of washers. I think I'm going to actually just put, let's see if one washer does it, but I might just put 2 on there. I think that's right on the edge. There's enough threads there. I'm just going to put 2 washers underneath these. I've got plenty of them. Josh, welcome. Glad you can make it. So, definite point here. These cable raceways from LDO, if you just use the M3x8 to hold them down, you will drive into the bottom side of the extrusion slot, and it probably won't tighten up completely. Debris in here. There we are. So I used washers to space the bolt off. YouTube does not have any bugs whatsoever. Anyway. Okay, that's there. So that's that. Going off of this picture right here. It should. Let's see. Buggy website. buggy website. Because I think if I press this again, if I do this again, it may come up. Yeah. So let's get that back down. Okay, then we'll put this side of stuff on. Buggy YouTube, buggy LDO website. This nifty little printed piece. My little test fit, I didn't push it on all the way, but it seems like a pretty decent, I like it. I like this little piece. It looks cool. It's an extra little accent under here. I don't know why, I'm not sure why I don't just use those in other spots too. Okay, these I think will be okay with an M5x8, but let's find out. Maybe not. Oh. Yeah, it seems okay. Very nice progress. It's almost looking like a mill. Well, I am expecting to get much of the mechanical assembly done, and hopefully maybe get into some firmware stuff, but we won't be running it today. I don't think we'll have time, for one. And another is I haven't made my 220 volt power cord yet. By the way, guys, last virus warning is one to watch out for. The latest virus warning. Computer virus or people virus. For this. Is that Milo specific? This thing? This is a Milo part, yeah. This is modeled by the Millennium Machines folks. Like I said, I like it. I think it's a nice little part. I would test off stream first too. But it's so fun to do everything live. Okay, am I in the right spot? Yes, I am. Okay. 2x8 and a couple of washers each. Oh, you think this thing needs to be too small? Is too small, needs to be wider? We will find out. I will. You set the PSU to 220 volts. These are auto detecting. You don't need to set them. Try and somewhat center that there. Oh, sorry about my top of my head view. So my issues with random shutdowns on my most recent build was due to faulty Revo heater core. Is it the heater core or the thermistor? And was it white wires or blue wires? Because some of the early Revos with the white thermistor wires had trouble. Okay, and then this guy is gonna go right here. Have to get in touch with Philistruder. Tim's a good guy. I like Tim. That is where I ordered my first Duet hardware stuff for my Hypercube Evolution. So what are we about there? And about there. I'm running my old white thermistor now and have no problems. Oh, okay. There's that, and then the main board. Lots of people in this hobby. One of the things I like most about it, there's so many good groups, so many good people. It is a lot of fun to be a part of. And I'm going to mostly center this. It looks like it's a little closer to the center extrusion, which we didn't actually measure to place. It's just generally in there. My white thermistor died. Yeah, I had one. I don't have many. I think I only have one white thermistor one. And it had died. I had the beta one, which was a white thermistor, but it doesn't get used anymore. Hey, Steve. Swapped everything, rebuilt the V0 3 times, and that was the last thing to replace. Of course. It's always the last thing you try, right? The fact that most makers are genuinely nice people Should be fixed in most BIOSes if you keep them updated. Oh, the virus, computer virus. Got it. Okay, this would go on here. We're not going to put that on there until really at the very end. Look up logo fail for those unfamiliar with UFI exploits. Got an antenna to put on apparently as well. It's in this little baggie. We'll have all kinds of stuff to choose on here. Hey, Mad Cat. Just added dead fans to my 2.4. And this toasty boy gets it. I need to do that on many of my machines, is add some interior ventilation. So LDO has this going along the extrusion over here. I feel like it's probably better to just let it go like in here, again up against the plastic instead of up against the extrusion. Now I'm not going to stick it anywhere because I may replace this once I, at least to test out a 2-piece or 3-piece design. So there we are. Hey Grant, welcome folks. Thanks for coming in. So Grant and I have a thing going where he raids into my stream and I show the link to his stream in the description of my video. So it's working out really well. Thanks again, Grant. Going on there, and then this is just going to hang out here. I'm not going to stick it because I'm probably going to make changes. Hey Joel. Hey Astro Monade. Brent, finally got my filament in to complete my switch wire build using the skirt STLs I got from you the other day. Awesome. Morning, Mike. Hey, BBs. Okay, so that is this entire picture done. I don't think there's anything I'm missing, so I think we go on to putting in the back. No, there's no back. It's close. Below deck wiring. So the AC inlet to Wago terminal. The AC inlet you received is not pre-wired. Follow the layout as shown. It is not pre-wired. Better antenna connector for those small. Yes, they're a pain, aren't they? Those little antenna connectors are not fun. Oh, not that one. Let's go that one. So it is not pre-wired. So we are going to grab our wiring box. Where is that? Where did I put the wiring box? It's probably here. It is. Cable kit. A quick question on a well-tuned printed Z-Hop on or off. I run Z-Hop on. I'm sending the mounts I made for the V2.4 mounts. 50-15 pans under the bed. Very nicely if you like. Would love feedback on. Sure. Send those in Discord, please, Kyle, if you can. Links in the description if you're not a member. So there's a baggie of what I am looking like is the power. And we have a bunch of other wires that we're going to need. We got E-stop. Oh, we'll need those too. E-stop. Many of these others go out to the exteriors. Let's set this over here. Bartos, thanks for being a member. Missed a few streams. Wow, it's been over a year. Yes, it has. Hey, my tech review. Bought the J-Ready pin tool and it's gold, isn't it? It's magic. It's pure magic. A bunch of these. And some instructions here. What is that circle in the small window? What is that circle in the small window? Circle in the small window. I don't know what you're talking about. And just a little out of place and goodbye connector. Hey, the GPs, welcome. Things going okay? Things going well, I hope. In the stream. Circle and oh, This is a ring light. I usually remember to get it out of the way. I tend to illuminate something if I'm taking a picture here, like my thumbnail pictures. So yeah, that was a ring light that I forgot to move out of the way. What are the giveaway rules? Is filling the form enough? Do I need to have watched the full stream? You do not need to have watched the full stream, but you need to be here to win. So, and we really want to try to get to 300 likes by then. Start my treatment this Thursday. Good. Good. Get that going, get through it. I do the giveaway at the 3-hour mark, which is 2 hours and 13 minutes from now. This is our harness for the power inlet. So, and they are labeled neutral, live, and protected earth. If you're not here, you join the Polar Ted Club. Your name is drawn and you're not here. So just going by the instructions on their page there. There. Make sure these are inserted completely. And then protected earth. Make sure you're not putting it in between the terminal and the insulation. Make sure it's going into the center of the connector. That magic is how JST feels, but Steve is not caving into OEM. Well, yeah, that is a whole level of expense I'm not ready for. Oh, and then we have a couple of small jumpers. These guys that enable the switch. Oops, I put this in the wrong spot. This one goes over here. And then this one goes. Bob, welcome. No red and black wires on the AC side. Yeah. Yeah, this is the generally the European and similar wires codes. So it's there. One more is this guy. These go all the way down. You shouldn't. It should be all the way on. This one goes across the brown wire to. Hey, Honored Twig. I don't like spade terminals for AC, at least not without a safety cover. The something that we've worked on in the Voron stuff is there are and more will be coming, but covers for that at least, so you don't accidentally touch that. But there is a cover over this whole thing, so it should be a little less of an issue. That one is not tight. So I just noticed that that one came off way too easy. I'm gonna squeeze that terminal a bit and see if I can get it to go on a little tighter. So squeeze those down. I can see it get. Daylight savings time, yes. I hope folks. It's tough to get into now because I've got all the other wires in the way. Tug tests. That one failed the tug test. It passed it this time. Never got why Millennium Machines were non-CNC, I guess, and these desktop mills could have all be in CNC. Hey, Delvin. Never got why milling machines were non-CNC. Guessing really these desktop mills could all be in CNC for, I guess, about 1,000 more. I'm not sure. There's a lot to be said for a manual milling machine. There is a lot to be said for that. If I had space, I'd be looking at one. Hey Tim, welcome. Just EU wide, or does China also not use the same? I don't know where this color code is standard, but can this be used to make PCBs at home? That's a good question. I don't know what you're looking for in more of a PCB milling thing. I imagine you want extremely flat surface, because it's very fine. I don't know. I was wrong about the rebuilt rat rig before being ready to go. Took a lot of tuning to print right up, upgrading with 2240 for A and B motors, screen, and an Evermore filter. But is it going now? Flat and level, yeah. Okay, back to, and I think, are we looking at, I've seen a little bit of issues with this website. It needs some tweaks. If you often, if you click on these links, they won't come up. If you reload, they will. We're seeing issues. There we go. This is what we're looking for, where it doesn't take us to the enlarged picture. I'll get that feedback to LDO. Green, yellow, brown, and blue are the standard colors for turkey. Live is brown because that's the color your boxers will be if you get sparked by it. Okay, let's put this guy in here. So we are gonna go in here, and then this will snap into here. Now it is important to print the LDO version of this rear skirt piece. Whatever you're doing, it is important to print the LDO version, because the printed feature for the tabs on the inlet to snap into is very different between the LDO one and the Millennium Machines one. It's all based on whatever inlet was used in the design. It is way too thick of a spot on the Millennium provided one. So that's why LDO provides their own. Aerial is by plastic in that view. Oh, it is. You're right. So the antenna in the previous view was down here. Now it's up here. Uh-huh. That's very common, but I don't believe it's a rule per se. Black for live and white for neutral for the US. That is, there is a standard there, and that should be, I mean, that is the US. I'm gonna fold these around. Then what color? We're doing protective earth, neutral, and live. So take this one. Where are they going? It's going to the middle. All the way in, tug. I missed the end of your last stream. What did you do for the ballast? I haven't done anything for the ballast yet, and I probably won't for stream. We'll see. Depends on if one thing, it depends on if I can get some time to coordinate it, to do it. Keep this. There we go. That's clean. Hey, Colin. Yep. The time change is a bear. I wish they would eliminate it. Get rid of it. Yeah, that works well. We have brown for live and blue for neutral. Oh, I didn't, in the US, the standard is black for live and white for neutral. If I wasn't clear on that, that's what I meant. Okay, so that one, close that picture. And did we have anything from this one to do? No, that's just an end picture. And then we're going to power up the what wires are we? We have 1, 2. Where is our third wire for? Is it in here? We are missing the brown. I am missing a wire. I am missing the live wire. I have one for protective earth and one for neutral. Let's see if it's caught any of these. Did it fall on the floor? It is not in the baggie. Is it in the box? Does anybody know if Nero was missing this wire? Because it appears I am. Assuming the mellow board is very specific to CNC mills than 3D printers. No, this is just a controller. It runs RepRap firmware. It could run a 3D printer. I believe, I haven't looked in detail, but I believe all the right outputs and inputs are there. Apollo, thank you. I see that now. I see that now. Live goes to the e-stop as a cut, and that makes sense, and that's what these are. So I have them. They're just a lot longer than I was looking for. So I appreciate that. Yeah, Adam. Yep. That is what I get for just kind of going through. Okay, so let's put those on. Grab my... Good job. Not missing one. Yep, I get it. I get it. It makes sense. So, which, looks like we're going into this one. So here and here. Control this to center. And then these are the ones that you have to pull the screw out and set it in. Marcel, thanks for the gift of memberships. Go. Did I miss some? Miss some what? The Fly CDY is an okay controller board, but getting a little dated, but should work well in this application. Thanks, Norgorat. I appreciate that. I have no experience with it, so. But Norgorat has is familiar with a lot of this this stuff. CNC uses similar hardware to 3D printers, just that cutting steel needs to use small movements and small chip loads. So we have protective earth on the other side. Yeah. If this dies with anything stronger than aluminum, what CNC can do steel? Well, I think you start getting into, to do it well, you start getting into more industrial machines, or really looking at probably custom machines. Is it going to be plugged into 220, or 220 goes to the tool head as a separate circuit? We will find out. We'll look at the instructions and see what the instructions are geared towards. just want to make sure. I'm just trying to get the wires to look pretty. Okay. So now we're installing the e-stop buttons. So e-stop here. It's done. So they were showing this thing here, the orientation. There's a green side and a red side that they were talking about before. The whole thing should run at a single voltage. Yeah, the whole thing, but I don't know if there's a separate, there isn't a separate plug, right? Because I think the VFD wiring comes in here too from that. So I think it plugs into the last spot here. So yes, it will all be 220 volt. My spindle is 120 volts and the VFD is connected to the Wagos. Yeah. Okay. So I have not actually installed an e-stop before. So to install the e-stop, you have to disassemble it first by pressing on the white tab while pulling on the button cap. Okay. So press on the white tab, pull on the button cap. Nice. Okay. This comes off. This whole thing goes into the thing goes into here. It is a tight fit. That's probably a good thing. Yeah, there we go. Twist it to open, push. The PSU need a switch to 220 volts. There's a switch here. Lots of folks start with a 5 to 10,000 USD milling machine and add CNC components. It's not unthinkable to spend 25,000 USD for a real CNC. Yeah. Well. Tight. I think I'm in 120, 220 bit switch. There's one on the inlet. Oh, for the power supply is auto sensing. The power supply, it just detects what it's compatible with both voltages without setting a switch. Okay, and then install the button stock through the circular hole in the front skirt. Then reattach the contact box. Make sure to orient the contact box properly. The side with the red center should face out. The side with the green center should face in. So that red center, let's get our antenna out of the way here. What's this? How does that go? Ah, okay. So I am going to loosen this. Let's see if I can rotate this. It is very tight in here. Rotate, there we go. Rotate that to where let's put this on. There we go. Okay. Rotate that and tighten that by pressing on little tabs on the nut. Did you get a 240 volt plug? They shipped a standard plug in the kit. I need to make a plug anyway, Mark, to plug into my 220 volt outlet on the other side of the garage. Steel is not iron. Steel is a lot stronger. For a hobby guy, 25 is quite a lot. It is way too much. If I'd ever want to make a business out of it, just play around with such capabilities, but I get the issues. Cam. Put some red onto that blue wire. It's not neutral in the US. I would put some red onto that blue wire. I wouldn't put red on any AC wire. Okay, this is gonna come around and eventually it's just gonna, so I'm just gonna try to loop that around like that. There we are. As I said, it will cut iron, not steel. It's my poison of choice at this point. Think about alternating when my license renewal comes up for Fusion. What are we talking about? Okay, let me get back to this. E-stop and Wago. Connect terminal 12 of the e-stop to Wago live terminal. Which is terminal 12. So they had me put this thing on. Ah, there we are. Okay, so if we're looking at this, we have 12 and 24 and 11 and 23. So this is, I feel like we should do this right here instead of connected down there. So here it says connect terminal 12 of the e-stop to Wago live. So we have e-stop live, e-stop live. Okay, so there are, these are very similar, but it's distinctly different, and this one has a ferrule on the end. So this one is going to go e-stop to power supply. This one's going to go e-stop to Wago. Daniel, welcome. Hey, Doom Paints. US would be black, red. Oh, we're talking about for 220. Yes, red is in the US color code for 220, right? Anyone know why they use these terminal numbers? Follow some EIC. That's a good question. I have no idea. I think a good thing to talk about here is if you're not comfortable with dealing with main stuff, seek out someone who is competent. Don't take, I'm just demonstrating following the build instructions. Hey, Astro Lemonade. Is it Mother's Day in the US today like the UK? Uh-oh. When is Mother's Day US? Sunday, May 12th. No, it is not. I'm safe. Electricity kills. Yes. Okay. We are terminal 12. So let's go here. Terminal 12 and this. So let's loosen up this guy. I feel like all of this, it should be, is it noted? I think this is noted after you put this thing in. So I think this should be done. It's a lot easier to do before you plug it in to the completely different. Yep. So terminal 12, and that's the only way that goes in there. Is there something? What is this? This looks like it's a, ooh. That doesn't really, what is that for? Let's see if the wire orientation, is that the way it has to go? I think so. But this little clip was intriguing. And then terminal 11. So each side of this is labeled e-stop live. This is just labeled live. On the other, this is just labeled live, but this is labeled e-stop live. Now it's more important for us to know what it is over here than over here, because we can tell what it is over here. So we're going to use the live side here. Over here. That little book of speeds feeds. It's around 1,000 pages. Make sure that's pushed up all the way in there. Okay, so there's an inconsistency here for the LDO folks that I'm noticing, because I have to undo what I just did, what I just talked about. So we have two different size fork terminals. This one has to go on the power supply because that's the correct size for it. This one will not fit. So there is an inconsistency in how these are labeled. So I don't know if I need to, I should be writing down feedback but that needs to change. And the way I noticed that is I realized that I was pushing this on. I had to push to get it in. This one I didn't. So then starting to look at why. So we'll have to go against what I just said with the labeling and give some feedback to LDO on consistency in labeling. Okay. Oh. Look at this. These just kind of go, okay, so these come around and then they'll go through the wire channels. Use the entire block in darkness, but it was fixed pretty quick. Maybe you could document the issues in a video. Maybe. The only problem is scrolling through a 4 or 5 hour video can be a little arduous. I am curious. I want to play with a alternate routing here. So I'm not running them through here. We were talking about what if I did that instead through the channel on the side? I don't think anything else goes over there. Maybe go through and note the timestamps. Could. I know this is not per the instructions, but I'm curious if it cleans it up a little bit and relieves some packing issues here. So I could use some of the slot cover to hold these in. All right. Slot cover all the way across will, I see what you're saying, Josh, but if I go slot, I can go slot cover through here because this doesn't actually attach. So there's no cut edges that we would be against. Hey Kyle, welcome. In your queue. And then we can come through here and this one, just kind of go through and plug in right here. Hey Jeff, hey Baze. I say Kyle, thank you for becoming a member. That works pretty well, I think. And this one comes over and we're plugging it in right here. And I'll just go through the same one right there. Not a huge fan of subscriptions for access to things physically in the car. Sergey, you sent to Poke Steve, thank you. That, for those that are members of my Discord, and for those that aren't, there's a link in the description. There is a channel in there called Poke Steve. It's basically a way of giving me a reminder of something I've said I'd do, or something you want a question answered on. The idea is to reduce my DM load. I don't see any reason not to do that. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm gonna grab some of my, this is the OpenBuilds slot cover. I really like this stuff. It goes in, it's made for V-slot, which this is, and it gives a nice covered, helps keep debris out. So that was just an example. There, I am I do have an affiliate link for OpenBuilds, the OpenBuilds store, and that link is in the description. But you can find this stuff. You can find the silicone stuff, which I don't like as much. I don't think the silicone stuff will work for what I'm going to try to do here. Okay, so I'm going to want that to go about, give it enough room to enter, give it enough room to exit, and I'm going to try to just push that all the way through, and it'll guarantee that I don't hit any rough edges on the side there. These PTFE cutters actually work pretty well to cut this stuff. Just forgot. Pick up Bantam Mill for $300 today. That will hold me over until then. Okay. This is going to be easier to do if I pull this out. Pull this out. Now to enter this right there. Push right on through. See how that's going? It goes right behind there. Holds this in place. I like this idea. Oh. Can't even see where the wire enters right there. Completely protected, out of the way, clean. There is a limit to how much you can pack in a slot like this with this cover, but well, really well. I'm going to go with it. The slot cover that came with the kit will work for that as well. The only difference is there isn't a lot of it. So that's why I purchased a bunch more from OpenBuilds. Garrett, welcome. Sometimes I pause the stream, then resume it sometime later, and the progress you made in the pause time is crazy. Well, we try to. Feel like you're wiring a Voron? Well, I'm wiring a fun build project. It's all very similar. Similar ideas, similar techniques. Okay, somewhat center this. I made some, I did some work on the green V2 yesterday. Let's do this. Let's put it there. Actually, I want to go all the way across there because I want that. Cleaning up, just kind of cleaning up. Pull this out here, and then I'm going to use up the slack by going through that slot in that particular way. What's left on the V2? I'm doing some off-camera electronics bay cleanup because it's a lot of crimping and changing wire lengths, which will just monopolize a stream. So I'm doing that, and then we will be actually getting the tool head set up and getting the connections done in the electronics bay. There we go. That's pretty clean. And then we'll be moving on to flashing controllers and stuff. Green V2 work that wasn't on stream. There's just especially for the Tuesday streams where I try to go 2.5 hours. if I did everything, I think if I try to do everything on camera, it will make those a little too, span too many months. Skipping ahead in the docs and gloss over a few things in the firmware install. I'll post some stuff in Discord when we get there, if there are issues with Wi-Fi setup. Okay, thanks, Nargorot. There's no perfect solution for CAD CAM, always trade-offs, such as fusion. It seems an important skill to know. That's, yeah, same here. That's what I'm familiar with, so that's what I use. And I haven't found a compelling reason to try something different. Now that I've done this, I actually want to redo this again. Anything that makes crimping those small connectors, like on the CAN bus boards, less painful. You can get some of those, some of the super small stuff, you can just get pigtails that are pre-crimped. I actually did want this to go under, I think I'm gonna go under here is what I'm gonna change. Tuesday stream, if it's 3 hours, it should be on Thursday. Okay, that's better. That seems a little better. Can you check the continuity between neutral and PCU case? Between neutral? Sure. If the 2.4 builds take too long, you can always make it up with extra filament drawings. As a full-time Linux user, Onshape is nice, but Fusion has CAM. We do not currently have any means of grounding the frame, correct? Is that in the, I don't see a wire for it. Did you want to check neutral to the case? Continuity between neutral and the PCU case. So protective earth in here, but neutral in here is not. Protective earth in here is. Keep that out because we're going to want to check our output here. Should be ground on the PSU case. Yeah, so neutral should not be on the case. Right. Was there a concern that there might have been, Sergey? Okay, so our e-stop button is now wired. And I'm, like I said, you see they have a bit of extra here that is kind of looped around inside the chain, but I like my solution. Okay, why are we? Okay. Some of those are opening in new windows and some of them are opening in the same window. And the PSU expansion board and main board. I think it expects live and neutral on inputs. You are wiring 2 lives on it. I'm wiring 2 lives on it. Should you wire ground to the extrusion as well? I think so. It is not though, so we'll look at that later. Taking high volt all the way up front. Not sure how I feel about that on the whole. Might we put a relay in the back setup, then energize it. Yeah. Okay. Before we get into, so the next steps are going to be power or putting power to this accessory expansion board and the controller. Before we do that, I want to plug it in and check the output just as a check. So, and this is just going to get plugged in with 120 volts. I just want to make sure that there isn't anything that has gone on, and we can check our the function of the, is that? We can check the function of the e-stop switch. To be able to, it has two sides, one is normally open. We did, Kyle. We double checked all of that. Why is that not wanting to plug in? Oh boy. That is just a regular, there's nothing special about, oh, there, is that what that is? Yeah, there are extra tabs on the side here. Let me grab the power cable that it came with. Okay. Rear magic pixie smoke bottles. This is no different than what I was just trying to plug in. So this isn't going to be any different. That does not plug in. The power cord that it came with doesn't plug in because there are tabs in there. Is this? That's not a 220 volt specific inlet, is it? Pain though a bit less on macOS. Does anybody know? Because I'm not familiar with why. You see those tabs there on the sides? That's preventing me from plugging in a regular cord. Is that the difference? I'm guessing that's the difference on a 220 volt inlet. There are blade connectors that went through with pressure. Really, because that's actually damaging the thing. Do these actually, is it a matter of, is the printed part keeping this from? Is the printed part keeping that from pushing out of the way like it should? That's what I'm wondering, is if those are supposed to be spring loaded, then is it the printed part here that's keeping that from moving? We'll just push hard for now, but I will investigate that later. I think it's a printed part. I've never seen the tabs you show. Yeah, neither have I. In the other shop I usually use Atom Tech inlets, that brand. And I've not run across that on those. I think what I'll do is I'll work this out of here and examine the inlet a little closer and see if it is something that's getting in the way. So this is all, the power switch is off. I should be able to power this up, check the output on the power supply, and then we'll just move on. But the idea is just making sure that I don't have something weird before I plug in electronics. So if we power this on, we should get, and then we're not getting anything because we are, the e-stop switch is engaged. So that's a good thing. So if I pull this, if I twist this out, we get the light on. So the e-stop switch is working. Check our DC voltage. What is this? Right here. And careful what angle. I have actually shorted a power supply by coming in at the wrong angle and shorting between my, here, you can see right there, shorting between my probe and the case of the supply. Here and here. We are getting 23.84. Do we have an adjustment on this? Yes, there is an adjustment there. So, I believe Nero did the same thing. Well, no, his was different. What Nero did was different. He was measuring on the wrong function, I think. Current function on his meter. They are the clips that hold it secure to prevent it from removal or removing the plug. Yeah, I really do. I do agree. I think it is a printed part change that needs to happen. You get covers for the terminals on that power supply or just using hot glue? Covers for the terminals on the power supply. I'm not using hot glue, and it did not come with any covers. There are some pretty nice, nicely located holes here, so something could be printed to cover all that up. Is it worth adjusting the output when the input voltage is wrong? I'm curious. So that's a good question. How variable is that going to be with the 220 volt? What we could do is set it to 24 volts now and check it again when we plug 240 in. Current function would act as a dead short, so when probing you'd get that nice spark like Nara did. Yep. Is it worth it to do? Covers for the probes to reduce risk of shorts are good. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's look at this real quick so you don't stare at the back of my head. I want to see what everything is clear. I'm not going to actually run into anything if I stick a little screwdriver down there to adjust that voltage. Okay, so we are going to here. Let's go here and here. That is a, there we go. What direction? Oh, that's too much. So we'll just go right there. I'm not going to keep messing with that, but just a real quick adjustment, get it to 24 volts, and we'll check it again with 240 and see if it's different. But it'll be easier instead of trying to remember 13 or 23.84. There's a trimmer pot right in here. That's what I was adjusting. This hole is access to the adjustment. It could change the output voltage even with no load on it. Yeah, so we'll just check. It'll be interesting to know. Okay, so it is working. Now we'll move on to putting, let's see, you can see the scarring on I had to really push to get that in. So I'll fix this. So it drops a little bit. A good power supply won't change much. I just checked the LDO printed parts. They have a different mount for the plug, and it looks like there's room for those tabs in the part. It is. So let me clarify here, and I probably didn't say this at all. I did all of these changes with the third piece here to hold it together on the Millennium pieces, and I changed the geometry in here to what I thought would fit the tabs for these inlets. I've not come across any of these with those other stuff, so I didn't notice that. If the LDO stuff, which I think if we go here, let's see if we can tell. So if we go to the electronics table and the rear skirt B, let's look at this and see what that looks like in there. Okay, so this, I did basically the same thing. This is, these are the same as what I did. I just, the difference between the Millennium ones and the LDO ones is this thickness of this tab here is thinner on the LDO. That's like 3 millimeters on the Millennium version. It's 1 millimeter on the LDO. Oops, I'm gonna go back here. So, okay. So now we're gonna do the PSU, connect the end of the EXP power wire to the PSU and the other end to the expansion board. Let's just go here. So we have 2 power wires. I think this is the one, 24 volts in and 2 EXP. Okay. to EXP, and then 24 volts going to this, which I've mounted backwards. Can also increase voltage from no load to normal load. This is backwards. Having no cover for the AC side is really scary. So for the cover stuff, there is a cover plate that goes over the whole thing. And where is that? Where did I put that? So just so we can, there it is. There is a cover plate. Goes over the whole thing. You need to install your bottom panels. There is no way that you are getting into this without turning the whole machine over. So by the time you're in here, you shouldn't have this plugged in anyway. So there is a cover over this. It's not like you can reach your fingers under here while it's working. You need to put the bottom panel on. Okay. Those, of course, are the opposite. That's something that I would have done differently, but it's an OCD thing. The way that the terminals are crimped on, and this goes here, but positive is this side, negative is this side. I have to flip these over. Or the whole thing, yeah, you have to flip those over. They have to cross. I think there's another cover plate. There's the whole bottom panel. Is that a metallic bottom plate? No, it's acrylic. Okay, so just double checking. Go here. I think that whole AC corner needs a secondary cover besides the bottom panel. Okay, that goes there. And this is going to come into here. Sit here. Probably add foam filters over the vents to prevent metal chips from getting inside the electronics. Wouldn't disagree. Hoping I can do like that. There we are. I've got to. I think that's okay. Then in here. Okay, and then we've got power. I'm going to take my red Sharpie. Actually, I kind of like this too. Let's go there. Then I can't forget which one is. Which ones are positive? This one is 24 volts here. And then this one. There and there. There we go. Someone needs to make a small pick and place machine. There are the Opolo? Is that right? Can't your screws? No, I'm missing inside the electronics. Yeah. Might have been a different stream though, stuff blends. What are you talking about? Hey Brian, welcome. Didn't Neros come with little PSU terminal covers that fell during unboxing? Maybe? I haven't seen anything like that. Not Apollo, Apollo. Is that, am I saying that right? The little open source pick and place system. Okay, these go in here. What level of PSU I was talking about, classic we tend to use probably do. Apollo, yeah. I think this wire is on the edge of being, oh no. I was gonna say it's on the edge of being too short, but this can move up here quite a bit according to the picture. So right there is probably better. I thought it was Apollo. Apollo. They were at Open Sauce last year. Goes down there. That's clean. Then power for the, and this one's correct. So that one doesn't have to cross over. To motherboard. Opolo is a company, I think Lumen PNP is a machine. Got it. Okay, power inlet is over here. So let's start on that side. Oh, and it's correct on both sides, see? But that's only by chance. Something, I don't know if I've actually covered this, and I don't know if I can get a good view here. But if you see, let's see if I can get a good view and still get here. See when you're opening, there we are. There. See the one I'm working? When you're opening this, see the gate open up? That's what you want to put the terminal in. If you don't unscrew this enough, you can still get a terminal underneath that. So some of these work this way, and some of them work on just a gap that it crushes down on the terminal. Wash the caked on dirt off my mountain bike. Ooh, mountain biking. Haven't been in a long time. Anyway. You want to loosen these completely so you make sure you get into the little gate on there. Support this. Tug test. Okay. Let's go here. That just goes right like that. Make sure I'm getting underneath the washer there. I think I'm just going to pull this all the way off. We're close to it. Ah. Your fasteners come in sorted bags in the kit. Yours failed and were mixed. Mine did come in sorted bags, and I put them into this Acromills container. This, the washers on this side of these Mornsuns, I'm not a big fan of because it's not as easy as the square washers on like a mean well to make sure that you've got your terminal underneath the washer. In fact, on this power wire, I'm above the washer without having realized it. So let's get that corrected. So I'm sorry for all the views of the back of my head. And I'm just gonna pull that off. There. These are more care needs to be taken, it appears, to make sure that the terminal is underneath the washers. Hey, Cressimer. Hey, John. Can I say hi, Andres, earlier? That is clean. Sure we have tight. It is. Go. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I gotta go back. It's fun to have a bucket with ruffle, 4K M3 screws, and different lengths that need sorted. Aren't there printed, can you print something to do that? Print a device to sort screws? Oh, come on, I hit back. I gotta scroll through again. Come on. Bring up the zooms on a new window consistently, please. PSU and expansion board is done. And then we can start working on the X motor. Now these are well labeled, so why don't we just plug things in with a pig's tail sticking out the back, and then we can flip this over. Hey, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hey, Tiago. Okay, so we have a route the X motor cable. I've seen a few, no one worked good, sadly. Once that sword M3 worked great, but the length did not work. Okay. So we have a Y motor cable and a Z motor cable. This must be X motor cable. Along with end stop. So X motor and end stop. It's sorted. Why don't we just pull all these out? Davis Goodman, thanks for being a member, and hi. Hey, Hacken. Greetings. Okay, so according to this, we have this just going straight through here, and I can see why the this is tight. These are for right away tight in the printed part here, but connect the red X min orange green to the cable to the min X connector on the main board, connect the blue end, route the other end of the cable through the drag chain and connect the Omron switch and 11 to the X motor as shown. Okay, so we're gonna end up with a big bunch of wire hanging out. Holy moly, this is gonna be way too much wire, I bet. Well, it has to go through a couple of drag chains, so maybe that'll be fine. So here we are, and let's, oops, I'm sorry. Let's zoom in a bit. And we are going to go, I'm just gonna pull it up through this back wire. This is gonna go through here, and then it's tight in here. It'll go in there. I'm hoping, because that is across the layer lines, I'm hoping I don't break any of those. Maybe I'll pre-squeeze it and then push it in at the spot where it's needed. So let's start with figuring out where on the board these get plugged in. That's out there. So let's just zoom in here. So we have X motor, oops, zoom in. We have X motor over here and X min up here. So let's start there. Oops. So X min goes there. Let's get the antenna out of the way again. Let's do that. And X min goes right there. This suggestion to go there probably isn't a bad one. That's going to go something like that. It's tucked into the bottom. Holger, thank you for the gifted memberships. And then I'm going to go, we've got a bunch of things. I guess I'm just going to go through that one. This looks like, yeah, I can absolutely see how that is all going to be very tight. Let's see if I can reroute that down into there. And this down here. See, not very many of these fitting in this channel here. This could be a little wider and probably not hurt anything. Now this is not designed for these cables. The team designed this for typical wiring, which you don't usually have this big insulating jacket on. I think take it through right there. Squeeze this. Horn wiring looks neat until you take the cable tray covers off. Yeah, if you're the typical kit wiring is usually a little long for what you actually need. So you end up looping it back and forth within the wire races, and it looks good when the covers are on. Hey Rod, welcome. Okay, so that is the X motor. Go back twice apparently. Hey Taijin. My Voron start off like Steve, they just never finish that way. X motor, Y motor. So Y motor is going through there. Z motor, Y motor. Y motor is all by itself, and it's a much thinner jacket on it. So that is an interestingly short wire for this one. Y motor is here. Is this Y stop? Yeah. Okay. So this one's two separate wires instead of this one is two separate wires instead of the... Oh, that makes sense because the Y motor is at the back of the printer. That makes complete sense. Okay. So we've got two of these. I guess I will go through like they kind of suggest. So this is going to go to the Y-min is this third one over here. I wonder how much extra I'm going to need here. Guess I'll just go straight down. I don't know which one. Sure. How are we doing on likes? We there? We have giveaways. Giveaway links are in the description. We'll do that at the 3-hour mark. We try to hit 300 likes by the 3-hour mark. We're at 222. We're doing good. 370 people here. 223 likes. So this is going to go into here. And I think I'll take it through the... Push that right next to the X motor one. There we go. In there. Push down into the bottom of this channel. I'm using the blunt side of my tweezers here just as something to push this down. BBs. Okay. I'm taking the warning that this is tight to heart. So just trying to be as space efficient in this chain as possible. So then we have Y motor, which was this one. This comes through here, plugs into right here. Motor goes in right there. There is a printed cover for this channel. Yep, this is going to go right there. What are the electronics that come with this kit? It is a Fly CDY V3 controller, and let's go right there. I'm going to go here. There. There we go. Is there a printed cover? Yes. The red cable channel isn't wide enough. It needs to be double that width. Might be. I don't know exactly how much wider. I think you're probably not far off, if not right on, but I think this can go through this same channel right there. That'll leave me this last one to take another wire through. That is those. Does LDO provide a wiring guide? That's what we're going through. And apparently I hit back too many times. This is the LDO wiring guide. Okay, we got to scroll back through here. So X motor, Y motor, and then Z motor. Z motor is this guy, and we're really only worried about the under electronics. So Z motor, Z min. Is that all we have here? So this is another fairly thick Just remove the outer insulation of that area. We could. We really could. None of this, none of this is shielded. It's just insulated. It's just a cable bundle. It really could. You could cut off all of this, but you don't want to cut any wires here either. So okay, so this is the motor side. This is the controller side. I'm gonna go up through here again, and then the Z motor is the very next connector. Very next connector, and we'll do the same thing. We'll come over here, we'll go down to it. Where's that one gonna go? I feel like that might be, I think that's going to fit, but just barely, because that's kind of flush right at the top there. And then zoom in is the next one. So you go every other end stop port, it looks like. And this is a little bit tight here, so let's go through that one. And then through here and to here. I have room now to go through this other one because that would be more consistent across here. Yeah, we are good. Electronics bay, but as soon as you exit, you want the extra protection cables to protect from metal pieces. Agreed. Agreed. You want that extra, this extra protection. Okay, now let's go back into here. That can go right there. This can come across through here and right into there. There we go. This is going to go right across there. Yeah, it's good. Through the end. Crush that a little bit. There. That is flush. As long as I don't have to send anything else through here, then we're okay. What size is the non-printed cable channel? It is 20 millimeters wide on the outer diameter. And then these kind of have to be a little thick. So the way to fix the volume in here would be to widen it. You can't really make it any taller because you're right underneath the extrusion here. Hey Dutch dude, welcome. You need to be able to get to the USB to set up Wi-Fi, or are you going to have room to get to the USB? I can't see it under the chat overlay. There is, so this is all cut out theoretically to give space. Let's find out. So the non-printed. Oh, the non-printed is, it looks like the non-printed channels. Non-printed channels, it looks like it's 30 millimeters wide. Let's find out if we can get to USB here. Let's find out. What did it come with a cable? Yeah, that one may or may not plug in. Yeah, that is not going to plug in. I think what I can probably do is remove these two bolts and just tilt it this way while we get it set up. Which we should do before we'll skip to that part in the instructions, I think. Let's see what else we can set up underneath here. Given how big heavy this will be, I'd run a USB extension out of that case if you ever need to redo the Wi-Fi or have a bad day flashing firmware. That is a great idea. What can I do with that for what I have on hand? You have an angled USB cable. Let's go back. Okay, load up. There. Oh, that's interesting. So if I had clicked that, I didn't have to scroll down again. Okay. These instructions are kind of written such that you have everything else together, because it tells you here where to plug in on the other side. Right now, I mean, it's impractical to have this thing all together and turn it on its side and do all this wiring. So we will be referring back to this when we get to this stuff. So the next part is the main board to expansion cable. So first let's connect the main board to expansion, connect the end to the main board and connect the end to the relay and the expansion. Then we'll connect motherboard to EXP. So we have a VFD speed and we have a VFD enable. So we have these two cables, VFD speed and PWM in, and then VFD enable and enable in. So if I look at this, we have enable in on this side, which is right here, and then PWM in. Let's make sure, yeah, PWM in right here. So those are those two. Same USB problems on Vorons, rat rig, mills, and more. Yeah, getting USB access is definitely something that could be more universally accounted for. Why is that suddenly? Does it always do that when I adjust it? Do I just not notice? Then this is going to go to this plug. The VFD speed and VFD enable is going to go to the end one here. That's according to this. So if we go here, we've got a lot of extra wire now. So we're going to go in here. And then in here. And then this will just loop inside here. Now I would prefer that, I don't know if I'll be able to flip this around, but the label sure would be nice if it was flipped the other way. So you could actually read it. And then VFD enable goes right there. Now this one does. That one does. And this is just a matter of there's no real process in their assembly for paying attention. So it's going to be random on whether it's labeled one way or another. That's not a part of their assembly process. Okay. That will work. This needs to go down there. See, I'm glad I didn't run these extra e-stop buttons or power through these channels. I wouldn't have had room. But this looks like it's pretty tight here too, in their setup. There would be a crime label up, unheard of. Ah, if I click it again, we're back. Okay. If they were all like that, I'd be okay with it. And spindle motor. Route the spindle motor, enable and speed control cable. Connect the ends of the cable to the terminals on the expansion board. As shown in the picture, pay close attention to the polarity. The other end of the cable will be connected to the inverter in a later step. You had space to put a bigger cable organizer, the red one. You could make this a little wider. You couldn't make it any taller. You can make it wider. Okay, this is, oh. Which wires, which cables do we have here? We've got a few. Okay, that cable probably goes to the, so run out and A out. R out, and this is power. Where is A out? Oh, that's one cable. Okay. So this is one cable they're talking about there. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Wireless end stop buttons using RFID tech. Are you talking about e-stop buttons or end stops? Okay, so we have A out and then other labels here. So there must be a connection in there somewhere. Yeah, it's right there. There's 2 wires in that one because we have 4 wires here and 3 wires here. This comes through here. At least it's a relatively thin wire and it fits right across there just fine. But we've got terminals here, and we are going to go shoot, hold on, let me get back to where I was. It did not work as I wanted. Didn't actually zoom. I wanted to see a little closer what wire colors there are, but it looks like orange. Well, they are labeled. So R out, plus and minus, and A out, plus and minus. Okay. So we have R out plus going here. And here and here. Okay, so R out plus, R out minus. So it's orange and brown, and then black and red. This is a pain to get to, so I am going to do similar to what I'll end up doing on the other. I'm just going to flip this up temporarily. So R out plus and R out minus are going right here. Now, press those in. There's still, yeah, it'll be fine. I'm just going to say there's still a little bit of that, the ferrule showing, so it's going to trim the end, but it actually goes in pretty okay, I think. Yeah, that's okay. And then A out, plus and minus. Work. And this can go in here. And that same concept is what we'll use for hopefully plugging into the USB on there. And this is going to go right like that. So I've got it tucked up into the extrusion slot there, I think. And then down through here. What do we got? 263, we're getting there. More coffee. Okay. Click here and, oh, there we go. And then Spindle. Oh, that's what I just ran for that, right? Yeah. So then tool setter. There's a tool setter wire. Is there one more wire? Is that what this guy is? No, it's a power wire. Route the tool setter cable is what we did previously and connect the end to the ZMAX connector. So I'm basically out. I might be able to squeeze it in here, but I'm basically out of space in this cable, depending, let's see how thick it is. I'm imagining that the tool setter cable is in the Long John kit box here. There's a separate box here. I'm hoping the wire for it, yep. There's a cable in here for it. So you can tell what LDO is planning on selling separately, because this being packaged in its own box and this cable not being in with the other cables kind of indicates, at least I would think, that that's probably at least in a plan. Okay, so this is a relatively thin cable, so that's good. So tool setter, it's the same on either side. So we are going to another cable up through here. Where is that plugging in? That's plugging in right in between these, it looks like. There. This one over there, so that that one can take that spot. I'm glad we don't have to get to any of these. Okay, try sneaking, yeah, there we go. That's the play. Uh-oh, yep, there it goes. That one broke. That one broke. I knew one of these were gonna break at one point. It just gives me a little more room there, right? You'll never know. Okay. Should design it like that. That's, you're absolutely right. Just open all these, even that one there up, and it would help. That is true. You try designing a wider cable holder when you have the time. Well, I mean, it would be about a 5-minute modification to just widen it. Even if it was widened a few millimeters, maybe 4 millimeters, overlap on each side by 2 millimeters, it wouldn't get in the way of anything I see. This can shift that way a little bit. Give myself a little more room here. The only problem, these wires start getting kind of right where they need to be. So just use cable ties around it instead of putting the top on. Not gonna put the top on yet, but that'll clean it up pretty good though. Okay, where are we at now? So tool setter is plugged in. We got a whole big bundle of wires back here. And then put on the wire duct covers. Jeez. Oh, I'm not actually. I'm just playing with antenna, getting this a little more there, out of the way. See, even as clean wiring, we're not see it. It makes a difference. It matters. LDOs is even cheating by routing a wire on the side of that channel. Are they? Oh, there is. You're right. There's a wire here. I got all mine to fit. I got them all to fit. And I could have avoided breaking that if I'd paid a little more attention. But I got them all to fit. So, I guess we could. Let's see what this all. Here, I'm gonna take the risk. I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna use it. If I break it and everything works, I'll use it as an excuse to remodel that and replace it. There, that is the electronics bay, theoretically all done. Now, I like the idea of running a USB cable somewhere, probably to accessible in the back. The problem is that I don't have a right angle that will reach. If you could get you can get them, get a weatherproof panel mount USB for the front, might not be a bad idea. I think I have one that has a cover so you can keep chips out of it, but something right there would be easy to get a USB cable to and not have to run through this mess. So that works worse. No one can see how complex it is and how hard you had to work to route the wiring. This is true, but it also won't fall out and set on the bottom panel, which, speaking of the bottom panel, we still need to plug in fans and stuff from that. We got this guy, and I don't know, is it covered in the instructions here, what they want to do? We got inverter wiring, wire management. I'm sure you've seen some TPUs somewhere you could print a USB socket cover from. Oh yeah. Some sort of method for protecting that USB port if you put it on the front. You would definitely not want to have it exposed. Oh, I need to do the step sticks. Can I get to them all? Well, fun. I do have a problem there. We'll see. They do not cover what we're doing with the fan, maybe the Milo instructions have information on the fans and stuff, but good point. We need to go through, let's go to here. We need to get the step 6 installed, check all of our jumpers, put any MOSFETs in place that we need to, all that stuff. So let's look for we are back at here, let me copy and paste this. We're back at the Millennium instructions. I didn't see anything in the LDO instructions, but I may have missed it on details on this board. There goes Launch Monday. Girl Scouts were just here. Thought about chips getting in the connectors on CNC machines? Yeah. Real issue, the chip Chinese, just use USB extender so that you don't wear out the original one. Same principle applies, okay. So let's go through and see if they have details on how they want so mainboard mounting. Make sure your SD card is installed before installing the board. So LDO has a different mount. It does move the board away from the extrusion. There is room. I know there's room to get an SD card in there. There's not quite enough room to get a USB port on there. Mount the mainboard to the side extrusion. DC wiring. This info. Do we have anything? So here's the fans. Screw the fans onto the electronics enclosure cover using self-tapping fan screws. I suspect this other grill here, I think this would have been positioned, probably would have been positioned over the LRS style power supply. I'm thinking that's probably why that's there. So there's two fans that go here. Now they don't actually blow on anything directly, but getting air moving in here I think will be enough. What's up next after the Milo? We need to finish the Rook, which is probably 2 streams. And then the hope is to start on a black box after that. Okay. Let's see if there's more details here. Install the cover. Doesn't actually say where to plug in the fans. We're to move on to the pre-flight checks. Well, let's look at this. Install rep wrap firmware. We do not have. There's information here, but there are no other documentation on what settings or what things we're going to use on this board. I'm not really thrilled with that not being documented. Doesn't look like it's done by LDO or here, maybe. Let's look here. I'm back at the LDO docs. Maybe it's here. Did that work? No. I had a wire in the way of my control key. Oh, Jesus. Escape. Control C. Okay, we're back here. CASA for Tuesdays. Are you talking about the enclosure for this? I probably won't do a typical Milo enclosure. It'll be based on where I can fit it in this shop. And I'm thinking it might end up on a lower shelf of a bench. You could turn the Phoenix into a backpack printer to take to fairs. So this is in the early part of the LDO instructions, and verify the pre-populated and jumpers match the image. So add 2 jumpers, red, to short the Z2 port. So there is instructions here. Insert the fuse indicated in blue if not already installed. So that's what we're talking about here. So we should have a fuse here, which is not already installed. And then 2 jumpers here on the 4th. I wonder why. Why is that on the 4th thing over? We don't, oh, because the other one's a Z. Got it. It's a shared Z. You have more luck turning it into a car and driving there. There's a yellow, so we're going to pay attention to jumpers in these yellow spots. Now it doesn't, I don't see in the text where it mentioned. Please note that later images in the guide do not reflect these jumper settings. However, these are the jumpers that should be in place. What is this picture? Oh. Refresh. At least I don't have to scroll very far to get to that one. What is this picture? They used a nice color jumper to indicate where they are, but I want to use that other image. This image here, and we're going to follow this. Show we have a whole host of stuff here. Now it doesn't, I'm assuming we use the fan outputs for the case fans, which means we will need to put, if these are the little MOSFET boards, and I think they are, so we'll need to use those. Mellow is kind of cool in that for the fan outputs and stuff, they have replaceable MOSFET boards. Where does the laser go? How much time to the giveaway? I'm traveling and don't want to miss it. We've got 26 minutes and we have 21 likes to go. We have almost 400 people here. So in 26 minutes, can we get to 350 likes? My glasses here. And we have a fuse to put in. I'll do my best to not get my... And these can be tough to push in. You want to be really careful not to push to the side. Oh. And be careful. I hope I didn't actually break something there on the board. I probably should have supported it on the back when I was pushing it in. Did you hear that crack? Uh-oh. Do you need the shark option to use laser? You will like twice. Do it 3 times, please, John. Make sure you do it 3 times. Okay, within the jumpers for the steppers, it looks like the picture is... just do this, then it'll match, so this makes it to where I have to think less. Here, and here. You'll be fine so long as you backed off quick enough. Yeah. We'll find out. If we have problems, then we can point back to that. We have a jumper over here that's labeled, it is labeled laser. We do put a jumper in the laser spot. See? Right here. It's labeled laser. Hey, Jesper. Does have a shop at ground level? It makes everything so much easier for woodworking. Oh, yeah. That's what you were referring to? I hadn't noticed that. I had not noticed that yet. Okay, so sneak my fingers in here. get that jumper on. And then we have 2 jumpers in the, let's put this up through there, and we short out the pairs of pins on the second Z output there. And so this has 1 driver with 2 outputs on it. On some boards, you need to short the outputs if you're only using 1. Hey, Peter. Actually, the laser is an end stop voltage. You send it 5 volts versus VCC. Yeah, but it just, since it's labeled laser, it's funny. Does anybody, we can look it up, but does anybody know, and these 2 are already on, does anybody know what outputs the fans are going to go into? Hobbyist Notes, thanks for becoming a member. Does anybody know, without me having to go and look it up, which outputs on here the fans are going to plug into? So we should in the electronics box have two fans. We have some little bootlace ferrules. It's kind of nice. And then our SD card. You're doing well. Very interesting project you have out there. Thank you. I am doing well. Keeping very busy. Where do you keep the sharks that have the laser on their foreheads? Oh, those are awfully short wires. That is. So these are going to go on here, just like that. Those are going to end up being loud because there's no, maybe that's thin enough, but I bet you they end up being louder than they need to be. Is there any, might be some self-tapping screws. Is that what these guys are for? What these self-tapping button heads are for is to attach those. There's 11 of them. They're just always on fans for the case or PWM. Well, they're going to end up being basically always on, but if we hook them up to a PWM port, we can run them slower than full speed, and they will be quieter. Hope that actually fits. It doesn't run into that. Seem to always be louder than they need to be. Yeah. Get Milo going in order to get Voron Phoenix build? No. Well, you might if you want to machine the parts, but it made this. Back of the board labels, fan 0 is pad 0. Pinout is in Stream Chat Discord. I'll check. Give me a moment. Stream Chat. Can't wait to build one of those. Huge cube. It was a little comical being a normal size cube. You said it's in Stream Chat Discord? I don't see it. I was expecting a multi-com. I don't see it. Is it in Poke Me? No. Oh, multicolor. I don't have the second tool head going yet. Okay. Help to hit enter. Let's try it now. There we are. Let me see, what can I do here? Let's do that and open in browser. Oh yeah, this is a good, well, this will be useful anyway. We can just do whatever we need to do. Let's Let's go here and let's just recycle this page. This is the pinout for the fly. So let's go. Where can we? So we have very little wire length on these fans. Very little, like probably maybe too little. Fan 0 and fan 0. Where there's got to be more. Oh, there's fan 1. Fan 1 is over there. So on either side of this guy, okay, let's look. So fan 0 is right there. Oh. There's no 3-pin fans here, huh? We've got a, maybe, is there something I'm missing? Is there an adapter board that LDO is included for these 3-pin fans? I don't see anything. Where did that little baggie go? I just got a FLIR one for my phone. Nice. I mean, I want to get something like that. It'd be nice to be able to check temperatures like that and be able to show it on stream too. On the extra board, spy some 3-pin headers there. Signal 5 volts. These are pH connectors, so these are XH. There's pH on here. I don't know what these are for. So we will move on. Wasn't too bad price wise, 300 US. That's a lot. Okay, let's put the stepper drivers on. Yeah, they only have 2 wires, but a 3-pin connector, but way too short of a wire to really do anything. If this is going here, it might barely be able to reach there. I guess if I just change the connector, I can probably get them to reach, but plugging those in while I'm trying to put this on does not sound like a great time. So we'll do it anyway. There's some extension wire you're missing. Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, all the boxes are empty. I don't see anything. And although I pull all the boxes out, I usually leave everything for a thing in their box. Fan 2 is at the upper left. Fan 2. Fan 2. Oh, that's even worse. That's over here. So fan 0 and fan 1 are here and here. And those are my best chance. I think if this is about here, I'll be able to reach fan 1 here. And similarly, if this is here, I can reach fan 0 here, especially if I orient this closest. So I can reach them. It's just not a lot of room, and it's completely the wrong connector. Okay, so let's get these in the correct way. And there's, yeah, the little switch on those is off. I think that enables the diag pin for sensorless homing. Is that right? we go. Double check the diag is off. Yep. See, I have some idea what I'm doing, right? This all turned out okay. These pins don't line up exactly. I'm gonna just plug in. There we go. Sorry about the view there. What drivers are those? They're 2209s. They are Fly 2209s. Little, since I push down on those with my grubby fingers, make sure our heat sinks stick on there well. Other step sticks don't have the switch. Yeah, I have some experience with the Milo system though, so I knew those switches were there, and I saw them as I was looking at the driver, which reminded me. There we go. With the MOSFET boards or fan drivers in? Yes. Favorite part, sticking on heat sinks. Okay. What are the default currents for these drivers with NEMA 23? I don't remember what they set it to, but it's within spec. No cover on the inverter. Would that be an issue with metal shavings? I don't know. Okay, those are on, and then we want to grab the little MOSFET boards for the fans. Oh, and then voltage. So what voltage are these fans? These are 24 volt fans. So we're gonna need two, I think two of these little MOSFET boards. I'll just pull all these out again. And then set the fan voltage. Is that listed here? Is that listed on the, looking at the diagram here? I think it's probably these jumpers, but it is not identified on here. Let me see if it's labeled on the board. Not on the top of the board. Let's see. Okay. What's a stepper voltage? 24 volts. Yes. Yes, that's a 24 volt power supply. Yeah, we measured that earlier. Okay, so I need to find the Fly CDY docs for which of these jumpers sets the fan voltage and confirm that those are the jumpers that set it. So Fly CDY V3. Milo Fly CDY V3. Is there a GitHub for it, or is there a Gleam page for it? Let's go to the GitHub. Motherboard information. Oh, this is a schematic. I don't want just the schematic. I want to dig through there. We can find that in the schematic. Rep firmware information can be found here. Team Gloomy. Let's go to Team Gloomy. We're going to want this page anyway. Fly CDY, general information. Rather than installing the jumper for UART mode as described above, install it as shown in the image below. That's interesting. Where is pin names? Maybe here? Now, Nergolrot sent me a link, so let me see what we have. Oh, you sent me a picture link, but where do I get that? So I appreciate the picture. Where would I find that in documentation? Because I think that's important to know. We've got this stuff, but we don't necessarily have, unless I'm missing it somewhere. This is more, need the V3. Am I not on the V3? Fly CDY, go to the V3. I thought I was on the V3. Fly. Okay, let's go. Sorry, let's go back. STM32, the CDT is LP3. Ah, let me go back here. Let's go to the Milo. All repositories. Wow. CDYV3. Here we are. Let's go here. And then is there a Team Gloomy page? Now. That's where we want. And then let's see what's here. Driver jumpers, driver signal voltage, fan MOSFETs. This is important. And fan voltage. And this is the image that Nergolrot sent me. So I appreciate it. I just wanted to find it. I wanted to go through the process of finding it. So we want 24 volts is the furthest left jumper here. So how that applies to this, I've already zoomed in as much as I can. So this little, let's put a little board. This way. There we go. That goes in there, and then the jumper is on the furthest left one. And then another one for this side there, and then the jumper on the furthest left. Okay. Hey, Iconic Fab. Hey, Keith. As far as the board setup is concerned, I think I'm done. These fans, I will swap out the 3-pin ST or PH connector to an XH, a 2-pin XH, and it'll plug in there and there. But we'll save that because otherwise they're just going to hang out here in the area, and we want to move on to getting I think we want to do firmware on that while we have it upside down. Correct, fans have longer wires, and Discord Cameron from LDO said he personally is not using fans at the moment. Okay. Okay, what do we got? 3 minutes till giveaway. So let's pause here. 3 minutes till giveaway time. Have we hit our 350 likes goal? We're over 300, so that's good. Can we get to 350 in 3 minutes? Those things you plugged in near the jumpers. Though the Melo boards use separate MOSFET boards. So it's a little 3-pin board that plugs into a dedicated header that's just the MOSFET for the fans. So if you pop one, it's easily replaceable. Since we have 3 minutes and folks are busy hitting that like button, I'll give you a little closer up view. Come on. Come on. Come on. Focus, darn it. There we are. See, it's a little MOSFET on a board, little dedicated fly MOSFET board, and that's all that's on it is that MOSFET. No other components. It's just the part that pops if you mess up. I did leave my phone in my pocket. Why did I do that? Ah. 2 minutes. Hey, we're gonna hit it. We're at 349 likes right now. Good job. Awesome. A fuse, as it were. Yeah. True. Let's get over to this. Yeah, a common component that can fail on these. They've just made it a separate board. I think it's a good idea. It's neat. Planning on this build, it's all done on the fly. Are any of the builds not just done on the fly? That's not true. A lot of them are planned. To some degree, all of them are. So where do the fans go? The fans mount to the bottom side of this, and then they plug into the 2 ports here. Is where I'm going to plug them in. Striker SVK, thanks for being a member for 12 months. Interesting, that should increase the chances of it popping though. It's hard to dissipate heat from a small board like that. I don't disagree, but I don't know what the rating is on these versus what your typical fan output is. I think they've decided that the chances of someone plugging in something backwards is greater than failure from temperature. Hey Scott, you missed that. You missed that. And now we are at giveaway time. So we are going to give away a roll of Polymaker filament first. The link is in the description. If you don't see the link, refresh your browser. If you don't see the link, then it means you've been here since the beginning. So thank you. You've been here, yeah. So one has an intake and one has input, or not bad input with positive pressure. I'm probably going to set them both up as an input with positive pressure, because I don't want dust and stuff around to tend to pull into the enclosure. And they're not going to move enough air that I think any little bits, any little leaks is going to be enough. Are the drivers separate for the same reason in case they fail? That's more just a choice on the board maker on whether they want whether it's integrated or step sticks. That can be a reason, is so they're easily replaceable. Okay, giving away Polymaker filament. Let me bring up the form. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Get a lemon board from time to time. Well, I hope I didn't get a lemon or cause it to be a lemon. Okay. We haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. Let's pull this up. I am going to close it. We passed up 404, so I can't use that joke again. I'm a little disappointed. Using that joke twice in a row, I might actually drive some of you away. So no new entry in 3 seconds. We'll go 3, 2, 1.5. Did I miss anything? No, we're good. 1, half. Oh, there's one. 3. Oh, there's one. 3, 2. Error 500 dad joke server failed to respond. I didn't see something. I might have missed it. There was another one there though, so we got to start over. 3, 2. There's a new one. 3, 2, 1, half. All done. There. Oh, okay. I'm opening it back up. We got one in a minute. We're almost at information. 411 is information, right? 3, 2, 1, done. Okay, let's link this out. You still have time to get in for the LDO one. I will do a new countdown when we are done giving away the filament. We will be back to continuing this. There we go. GJ, you got the first entry in. Who got the last? I think you can still dial 411 for info. Yeah. Scroll. Who got in that last second? Dorks Fighter. And how many names? There aren't too many names in those last ones, so I feel validated in doing that when I don't recognize names in the last several entries. I feel very validated in my fun. Okay, pasting that in. There we are. 411 is length required. Well, let's do a number between 4 and 11. Why don't we? 4 and 11. You still call popcorn? I hope so. It was 717, and any 4 numbers would actually work. 717 and any 4 numbers to get the current time. You know, 3.14 is not between 4 and 11. Just so you know. Let's go with a 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And spin. It's for a roll of Polymaker filament. Who do we have? Kibarishigi? I apologize for butchering your name, but you have 2 minutes to say something in chat. If you are in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada. It's your local time when you call it. It knows where you're calling from. If you are in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada Polymaker stores. If you're outside the US and Canada, you get to look at a form that has a long list of filament that you can choose a spool from to be sent to you. So, Kibber, let's go with that. Are you here? Sometimes I think people make account names just to make you struggle. So you lemon mellow, does that mean it's a mellow yellow? Kibber Shigi. There you are. Good job. Congratulations. You will get an email from me. Last week's winners got an email from me this morning, so I apologize, but I am easily distracted. There are lots of squirrels in my life, but I try to get it done at some point. Let's see how we got for emails. We look good. Awesome. Like Patreon supporters for Void Star, there's some doozies. Yes, it's funny. Awesome. Congratulations, Kibber. You will get an email from me. Let's reset. And now you have 3 seconds to enter the LDO CNC starter set giveaway. 3 seconds. The time change today over there? Yes. Time change today. So I got an hour less sleep. That may have changed. Everyone gets a coupon now according to Daniel and a few other creators. What? I have not been notified of a change. If it has changed, you're going to get some sort of contact. I fill out a form that just has your information. They send you a form that directs you to the right spot. So let's go that way. No new responses in 3 seconds. I'm going to close it. This is the CNC starter set, which has the dial test indicator, 1, 2, 3 blocks, some end mills, that kind of stuff in it. How's GT2 working for you so far? Building mine today. GT2. How is GT2? What is GT2? Same amount of sleep, but I get up an hour later. I did. Awesome. Good job, James. Thank you. I appreciate it for letting me know. We had a new one, so I'm going to start over. So 1 or 3. There's a new one, so 3. I mean, we're awfully close for me just not being able to find it, but 3, 2. Polymaker sent me an email with a discount code. Okay. More end mills. You can never have too many end mills. Right. 1.5. 1.5. Oh, did I miss 2? So 2, 1, 0. We just got 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, done. Now, I can't find it, but we're gonna keep going. DJ, you were quick. You got first on both of those. I fooled by default. And Carrot Sprite, good job getting the last one. Like I said, nobody I really recognize. There might be a couple, but not really in the last bit. So we have 404 entries. I am refraining from pushing that further than anyone, even Dad, should. Oh, Galileo 2. I like Galileo 2. I have it running on a few printers. 2 printers, and about to be a 3rd. Okay, what is our new range here? We are 3, 2, 1 done, so let's go a number between 3 and 21. Joke not found, exactly. Oh no, Girth, I'm sorry. Next week. Or Tuesday. Be here Tuesday and you get another chance. It's a good idea, the t-shirt idea. Between 3 and 21. What do we have between 3 and 21? Lucky number 13, sounds good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, spin. LDO CNC starter set. What happens here is you get an email from Jason. I pass off your email to Jason. He emails you, and Simon Francois. Francois? Is that how you say that? Congratulations. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat, Simon. Timer is started. Jason will contact you. I don't know. We're probably at a point where they're being sent out. He said maybe it was end of March or middle March. You are here. Awesome. Congratulations. Copy that. Paste it in here. Oh, you were the ninth entry as well. Good job. We are done. So now on to the build. It was lousy, Steve. You keep missing me. Friendly reminder to unpin. That is a great reminder. Unpin and delete from the description. Ooh. No, why the highlighting is weird. There we go. Monkey Butler Labs, thank you for the gifted memberships. Save. Okay, that is deleted and unpinned. Guess that works too. Yeah, it's a nice little set. There's some good stuff in there. The dial test indicator and its little stand and the 1, 2, 3 blocks and the mills. It's not an inexpensive package. It really isn't. Okay. We are on to... Are we on to... Can we... Let's think about this. If I go through the process of loading the firmware on here, can we reasonably then put the rest of this together and everything goes well, not have to get back into the bottom panel? Is there anything we would need to get into the bottom panel for, assuming everything goes well? I think there's nothing we need to do in here, so we should be able to. I think we can. Okay. In which case, I want to actually be able to put the bottom panel on. But let's go through the flashing instructions. So I think the idea here is we're going to finish off today with getting everything flashed and communicating. And then hopefully it's one, I mean, we'll see how much time it takes for us to do this. We might get into actually putting some pieces on, but hopefully at least one more stream would be putting it together and maybe make it run. I just put the link for the Putty instructions in Discord from Team Gloomy. It'd take a second, but worth setting up right for the Wi-Fi config. Once you have Wi-Fi, it's easy. Okay. So let's go through, if you don't mind. I'm going to click on that link to bring it up, but I want to go through here and kind of look at what is involved according to these instructions and see where the difference is. So this is the hey McRae, the Millennium Machines instructions requires you to populate an SD card with specific file structure and files to go with it. To make this easy for you, we have gone ahead and populated a majority of these files already. All you need to do is follow the very simple steps below to get your firmware installed on your board. If you don't wish to install pre-made firmware and would rather create your own from scratch, then please follow this tutorial. And that's a YouTube link. I'm not going to go follow that. You need a freshly formatted SD card. If the capacity of the card is 4 gigabytes or lower, use FAT16. If capacity is more than 4 gigabytes, then you'll have to use FAT32. You'll find a firmware config folder containing multiple or other folders. At this point, we'll have to use an online tool to configure your sys folder files. You need to be selected the board and the motor drivers. For a standard build, select the fly, and for select the TNC 2209s. Leave all other settings untouched and skip straight to the Finish tab at the end. Once this file is finished downloading, unzip its contents and copy the sys folder inside straight onto your SD card. Initial flash at this point from the computer and mount it into your controller board. Power off and put your SD card back into the computer when you know this step worked. If the firmware.bin file is changed into a fly.cur. Override, I use MobileX term. It is really awesome. Remote access tool does almost everything. SSH, XRDP. Flash your Wi-Fi chip. If you're using the Milo Fly, then add 2 jumpers as shown below. You may need to take similar or different steps. Once the jumpers power up the board using and connect to the USB port on the board. Connect to the board using a program such as Putty. How different there? It sounds like it's covered here, but it's covered in a little more detail on the Team Gloomy instructions. So let's go through this in the order. It sounds like we can. So let's do this first. Let's grab the SD card and my reader and get this stuff installed. We will switch back and forth between the instructions as needed. So we have an 8 gig SD card. Let's plug it in. Okay, so with that there, we should have this. It's not accessible. Okay, so we should be able to format that. It is 8 gig, so let's format it. And then we're gonna go, at this point we'll use this online tool to configure your /sys folder files. So let's go here, and I don't like that. Let's right click and open a new tab. And then we are going to use the custom configuration. Is that what it said? The board drop-down menu on the general tab. I'll start custom configuration, general, fly CDY v3, and there, otherwise it's, for the most part, the settings you choose won't affect anything, as we'll be making changes later on down the line. There are, however, 2 crucial steps that need to be selected: the board in the general tab and the motor drivers on the motor tab. Motor tab and motor drivers, TMC 2209. 2209, and it's not telling me to make any other changes, because I think other files might end up or changing stuff. For each of the X, Y, and Z drivers on the standard build, select the TMC. Leave all the other settings untouched and skip straight to the Finish tab at the end of the configurator. Yeah, in my opinion, LDO should send out a totally pre-made SD for this. So all you have to do is flash the Wi-Fi. Way more useful than some printed parts. Once you click Finish, pop up. To continue, click Download Configuration Bundle as zip file. Okay, so let's go all the way to Finish now, and box will pop up. Okay, Finish. Download bundle as zip file as soon as it finishes loading this. Hey, Marcus. So let's generate the zip file bundle. We're gonna save this to our Milo folder, our stream Milo folder. Save. One should use the SD Foundation card formatter. Using the OS formatter will cause the card to fail faster, as it puts the reserved spare sectors as part of the file system. SD Foundation card format. SD Foundation. SD Association? SDcard.org? I'm assuming this is what you're talking about. This is a good thing to know. SD card formatter for Windows. We read all the license stuff, right? I read it. Did you? Let's save this. Let's just save this to downloads. Oh, I've done this before, apparently. I've done this before. Where did I put it? Let's open it. Let's just run it. Oh, I have already, we've gone over this before. We've apparently gone over this before, because I think I've already got it installed. Yep, I do. Let's just cancel this. Finish. SD card formatter. Yep, I do have it installed. Where did that open now? Here we are. That can go away. And this is our file. Let's overwrite the format that it has. And we'll just be fine. Yes. What do we got? Didn't know about Win format using all the reserve. I used SD formatter anyway, but good to know. Are you sure you're not agreeing to give up your firstborn child in the terms and conditions? That's okay. He's 20. He can go anywhere. Anybody can have him. Oh, I did do an overwrite format. This might take a little bit. Let's see, what are our next steps? So we have that downloaded. We can close that. I think we're done here. Let's go back here. Once this is finished downloading, unzip its contents and copy the sys folder inside. So we just grabbed the sys folder. Really? That doesn't make sense. It says prior to starting your board for the first time, double check to make sure your SD card looks like the example seen here. But if we only copied the sys folder over, then what's the point? Could point me to a terms and conditions like that. That would be great. What's this doing? That's not too bad. It'll take a few minutes. I don't get this. Once this file is finished downloading, unzip its contents and copy the sys folder inside straight onto your SD card. You don't want to mix up your sys folder with the non-binary folder. We won't go there. 25%. PLE. What is PLE? Hey, Michael. Got him down here in the slums of Hobart. Here, let's look at this file. Let's go to the stream and Milo, and we. Oh, I see. If we go here, why do we only have a sys file in that? There's no other bits in there, so I guess that's it. Check on top in the Milo, you will find a firmware config folder containing multiple other folders named with a number to denote the order of events and a descriptor. Let's go back here. Were we supposed to download? Copy and paste. In the Milo repository, you will find a firmware config. Yes. Containing multiple other folders named with a number to denote the number. Okay, so this is in the, did I have that? That is the LDO one. This is the, here, I recycled this. I want this back. Here we are. So Milo here, and let's go to the firmware and post processors folder. Example firmware configuration. File structure, copy contents to SD card. Check on the top in the Milo repository, you'll find it. Yeah. So we can go in here and we can, I don't know what the best way, can we go here? There's a couple of ways we can grab this. My preferred way, my preferred way of dealing with this is with GitHub. Where do I put those on here? Do I have a spot? Let's do something here. Do I have, well, let's see if I even have. I do not. My preferred way of doing this on my other computer is I've set up the Windows subsystem for Linux, and I have a GitHub folder, and I clone the projects that I work on into a GitHub folder. I do not have that set up here on the stream, and I don't think I want to use stream time to go through that. So, I instead am going to, how do you download just a folder from GitHub? And this is what, I could download it as a zip, yep. So if we go all the way to the Milo, let's go here, we can go, yeah, that's formatted weird. We can download as a zip here, and that's probably what we should just do. It might take a while because that's a lot of files, because everything is there. Git clone into downloads for the moment. Clone with depth 1. Can you do that? I mean, I thought you needed Windows, the subsystem for Linux to do that with the command line. Doesn't have a git command, does it? Can't use git on Windows without WSL. I don't know. I have a method that I was taught and learned how to do. There's an application for Windows. I don't like the GUI application. I like the command line. I don't like the GUI doesn't make as much sense to me as the command line. So I'm afraid that this download may take a very long time. You need WSL for GitHub to work on Windows. I do command line on Windows, it runs git bash. Windows PowerShell allows git, does it? I don't know how long this is going to take, and I'm afraid it's going to take a very long time. Let's do a drawing to pass the time. I think that's going to, well, if I clone that, it's going to take just as long. The problem is I wasn't prepared. So how else can I grab these files? How big is this? You know, the quickest thing is probably for me to run over to the other computer and just copy this to my server where it should be anyway. That is probably the quickest thing for me to do, is just copy it onto my server from the other computer, because I already have it there. I have I've already cloned it to my other computer. I'm doing the download zip file right now. It's just going to be a very large file. No matter what, I'm going to have a lot to download if I clone it or just download the zip. Or talk about the Phoenix while you make a sandwich. I think that's a good idea. Let's see what happens first. If this finishes, or I run to the other computer and copy the stuff over. I'll be right back. We're going to leave you with a couple of things. Let's go here, and let's go here, and then put Dancing Max in the way of it all, and I'll be right back. that was pretty quick. Okay, go back here and let's see. I don't know what's out there. So let's do this and this. This and this. Yeah, that's all okay. Okay, so I copied just the firmware and post processors. Let's grab that. Example firmware config. Is our format done? Our format's done. Okay. So, okay. Close this. Look, he's banging on the doors trying to get out of the Phoenix. And then firmware 1.0 and file structure. Copy contents to SD card. And then example config is upload contents to DWC, Duet Web Control. So I think this all copies to that USB drive. Paste. Liz, welcome. I do build. And then we can go to our config file and copy this to the SD card. Now we have that. We can come back here. So start with the file marked, file structure, copy and paste its contents onto your SD card. Copy only the folder contents and not the folder itself. So I think that's what we did, right? Let's just go here, 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 here. File structure. Yes, okay. That's what we copied. Okay, at this point, so we created the sys file, checked our work. I don't have all of that. We don't have everything here on there. Is that important? Our F drive has 4 folders: firmware, sys, www, and firmware.bin. We do not have G codes or macros. I don't think that matters as much. Oh, I did a wiggle. There we go. Okay. Initial flash. At this point, eject your SD card from the computer and mount it into your controller board. And barely enough room, at least it sits there. And the LDO modeled a nice little shelf here to make it a little easier to get up into the thing. There we go. There. And it is a push to click style. We have the rep config copied over. The sys file that we did from the little configurator is on there. So now we can shove our power cord back in this. I think we need to turn this back around. We are following the directions so we can give any potential feedback on how these should go. So that's off. It's easier when I know it needs to be really shoved on there. Okay, good view in case there's smoke for some reason. Hope not. Are we good? Okay, we got lights. We got lights. We just got all the old classic movie quotes today. So what this is saying, you'll know this step worked. Power your board via either USB or via PSU and let the board work for a couple of minutes. Hey, zombie. Wire looking clean. It took a little bit of work to, and one mildly broken part. But thank you. It's clean, everything labeled too. It is not crowded under here, which is good. I don't know how long, is there any indicator? I didn't really see anything that was flashing anywhere. Even the laser is labeled, yes. Now what do they mean by a couple of minutes? Do they mean 30 seconds? Should be done, it's fast. Blue light flashing. I don't see a blue light flashing. Am I missing that somewhere? Got a row of green lights here. Is that a different main PCB mount? This is different. This is LDO supplied. It moves the board off from the extrusion so you can get access to the SD card. It's not quite enough to get access to the USB. A right angle connector might be able to plug in. I do actually have a right angle cable here. Let's see if that would. Yeah, I think we could oh, there is a blue LED flashing there. I think that could be plugged in. Yeah, I think that would just barely. If this piece was cut out a little more, I think a right angle plug would fit better. But as it is, I think it will fit in there. Yeah, I do see that now. Does that mean that it's good or that it's working? Best one is one of the two racks, put it into place before you secure the board. Yeah, we're going to have to move things around on here, but I'm going to power this off and we're going to check to see if we have that that cure file on here. I'm just going to I'm going to follow their directions to plug this in. There we go. Plug this back into the computer and we should see that as a firmware or something.cur. Oh wow. Apparently it didn't like that. Oh, there we are. Fly. It's a cursor file, but no. But it did do that. It did do what it said. The file is changed into a fly.cur. File is pictured below. Once confirmed, return your SD card to the board. And then we get to flash the chip. So I need to invest in a way to make some proper labels. I use the Brother stuff, but only because that's what I have. I don't know if it's any better than the other stuff that's available. End up putting this back in here. There we go. For some reason, Cortana keeps opening on my, oh, it's because I've, the wires coming out of here keep hitting my keyboard. Okay. Wow. You are not happy. Stop. When are we going to be hawking out some Inconel? Okay, so there are instructions here, and they are similar to the Team Gloomy stuff, but I've been told the Team Gloomy stuff is a little more complete. So let's go here. I'm not defending almond milk, I'm just saying there are no silver bullet solutions out there. Blue painter's tape is great for making little grips for SD cards. Oh, yeah, not a bad idea. Okay, Putty can be downloaded from here. Do I already have it on here? I do. I have Putty. Okay. So, Putty is installed. There are a couple of settings that should be modified to ensure the Putty displays information from RepRap firmware correctly. On the main Putty window, click on Terminal on the left. From there, you need to change the following items. Tick the box for implicit CR in every LF. Okay. Implicit LF in every CR. Okay. Select the radio button, force on. Select the radio button, force on for both local echo and line editing. Okay. Shown below. Now click on the features under terminal. Get a good view here. You know you have all the diehard Steve Build fans when we're arguing about food in chat. Features. Disable application keyboard mode. Okay. Now click on session. Nothing there. Finally save the settings so they don't need changing next time you open up Putty. Save. Okay. Connecting to RepRap firmware. Let's see if I can click on the serial radio button highlighted above. Fill in the COM port of your RepRap. So let's plug this in. We'll hit the pillow. See you, Andres. So let's go here. I'm going to go ahead and try to use this right angle connector. Let's see if I can get it to plug in. I'm not going to try too hard. But we're going to try to see if I can get this. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get that without risking damaging the port. So that means our backup plan is going to be, get this out of the way. Go in here and move our bolts here. Need to get a short nap before I head out. See ya, Admiral Adama. That's from Battlestar Galactica, right? Try 180 to the plug. I don't think. Yeah, this ledge here, if I try to force that, it's gonna pull up on that port. I don't want to do that. So my thought is hopefully, yep, I can just do that. And I'm minimally disturbing all of this. I just have to figure out where I put a USB-C cable. I know I have one. It might be in the other garage. Might have set one over here. USB-C cable. Long USB-C cable. Where are you? Anything hanging down here? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to be right back. I'm gonna go grab a longer USB-C cable. Be right back. Okay. Max dancing with old style phone. So that's gonna go there. Now, do I need this powered up, or is it gonna get power from, is there a port here to get power? Here, let's go back. We have this, but we have this. Awesome Putty. Okay. If you are using the Milo Fly, then add 2 jumpers as shown below. You may need to take similar or different steps depending on your board. You will need to defer to documentation. Should put in place power of the board using 12 to 24 and connect USB. Okay. So, no almond oat milk for me. Give me the whole milk any day. I'm hoping, and this isn't always a good idea, but I'm hoping I can get away with using an extension cord because I can't find a long USB. So we're gonna go, let's make sure nothing's in the way, power this on, and plug this in. So this is powered on, that's plugged in. We do have something being set up. We've got a device being set up. So we should be able to go back into Putty here now. Well, I see a, where was the COM port number, leave the baud rate, fill in the COM port number of your firmware board. Let's see if it showed up. Go into Device Manager and communication, USB serial device on COM 8. Got a USB serial device on COM 8. Other devices, no, that's not it. I think that must be it, COM 8. Okay. Wish it would auto-populate. So leave the baud rate as is and select open. So COM 8, leave the baud rate and select open. Let's see if we get some communication. Error, Wi-Fi module reported no known networks found. Wi-Fi module is idle. We are getting something. So that's good. So should I go on with configuring, that's configuring Putty. So let's go back here and follow on here. Okay. Connect to the board using Putty. Okay, so that's filling in the gap here. It simply says connect to the board via Putty. The Team Gloomy documentation fills in how to do that. This, yeah, Team Gloomy. So now we're gonna go connect to the board, change the COM port to match. Once connected, type M552, put Wi-Fi chip into idle mode. Is that where it is already? And can I just type right here? There we go. Enter. Wi-Fi module is idle. Awesome. Copy it and then right click to paste. No networks found. Wi-Fi mode is idle. It was already idle. Okay. You can use M12 to check the status of the Wi-Fi device, which is visible at the bottom of the command output. M122. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, okay. We are getting info back. Now we're going to set up our Wi-Fi. While still in Putty, type M552S0 again, followed by this with my SSID and password. Let me do something over here. Maurice, you're saying M997S1 flash chip. I don't know what you're... Did I miss something here? There's no Oh, there it is. Once connected, use... Oh, I need to read better. I need to read better. I need to... Once connected, type M552S0, followed by M997S1. So, let's do this again. Sorry. Let's just do this in order. So we do each thing, M997S1. It would be really helpful in the formatting of this document if you have different things to do, if it was different lines. I think that would be helpful. I mean, I should have noticed it too, but trying to connect, erasing, uploading file. Okay. I think if you have separate commands, it should be separate lines in your documentation. See you, Peter. It's always helpful to show commands in a separate box in monospace, so much easier to see them. And it's separating thoughts of what you're doing with those commands as well. Upload successful. Now we can use M122 to check the status, which is visible at the bottom of the command output. Which, okay. Also, a command should never break with a line. Yeah, separating it off to 2 lines. Oh, it's not unusual for me to miss this stuff. It's unusual for me to go on and get stuck without going back to see what I might have missed. So if I had gotten stuck, I would have been rereading this to see what I missed. But now we set up our Wi-Fi, and this command here. Hi, oh no, Coho. Once this... Now do I leave, I assume I leave the quotation marks. I'm gonna put it over here and I'm going to typing it in another spot so I can get it easily pasted, copied and pasted. And 552S0 again, okay. Well, still in Putty, yeah. So I'm gonna go M552S0 again. Oh, now that starts the Wi-Fi module. Now I'm going to move this out of the way and paste the M587 command, because that's all plain text. So you'll just have to see that it says okay. Do not close Putty at this point. After some time, it should return an IP address. For example, something. Note this IP address down and then exit Putty. So you're not going to be able to see this Putty screen. So it says after some time, it should report an IP address. I want to see it. Once this reports it, I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm trying to go through here and I'm not learning my lesson. Now I need to type M552S1. Which will activate. Do not close Putty. So after some time it should. Okay, so we have an IP address. Complain that it's complex to set up Wi-Fi on a Prusa board. I guess I can clear that. But I don't want to bring this window back over. So I have an IP address. 4 hours into the stream, totally understandable to miss some details. 3 times in a row, that's embarrassing. I can close. Yeah, I can close that now. Are you sure you want to close this session? Okay. So with your board still powered on, copy into the web browser. Are we ready? See if this worked. Here we are. We have a printer. My printer. Failed to get file set. Directory macros not found. Now, did I miss something where it said I did do M551S1? Did I miss something else? I did M552S1. Where was the M551S1? Okay. Yes, I did after it was pointed out that I missed it. So we are up. One thing that there is, this was the folder sets that we were supposed to have on there. I didn't set the Z offset. It didn't say that I needed to create any of these folders. If they weren't there, that I should create them as empty. I think when you just copy things, you get the firmware bin, the sys, and I think you get these folders when you're done. G codes and macros is empty. That saves into the Wi-Fi EEPROM. So I'm getting an error here. Failed to get file list, directory, macros not found. So can I fix this within DWC? Yeah, that's what I was. No macros. Does that create it, I guess? And then G codes is the other thing that it would have been missing. And if I click on jobs, will it create that? Let's close this. No macros, no macros. Connected to, okay. Jobs is G-code. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If I, like you said, if I click on both of these, did it actually create those now? We got our system folder, macros, jobs. Okay. Then we have dashboard. Home. What is next? With the board still powered on, copy the IP address. Once it loads, you should now be face-to-face with the Duet Web Control interface. In the left-hand menu, navigate to the tab marked System. Why does the upload G-code button do? What does? So uploading your job. Was there a... Probably doesn't have proper permissions to create a folder in the root directory. Upload G-code. That works. Guess that upload rather than download. All right. Is there a folder? Someone said new directory button. New directory. No. I don't want to do that. I don't want anything underneath theirs, but okay. Well, let's see if it did. Face to face with the Duet Web Control interface. In the left-hand menu, navigate the tab marked System. Once in the System tab, click Upload System Files and upload all the files found in 2 example config. Your heaters are both off. You need to be putting stuff into the system, yeah. So let's do that. Let's go here and go to System, and we are going to upload system files. We're going to go to that example firmware, and then this is example config, upload contents to DWC. So all of these, you can create the new folders. The root folder must be there. I agree. Let's open those. Apply new configuration. Is that what we want to do right now? At this point, the basic firmware is complete, and after all that remains are some firmware checks. Covered later in the manual. So let's go. Let's just restart the main board. I think I could unplug the USB. Make sure I don't pinch anything in here. Put our controller board back in place. You can create the new folder or the root folder. Oh yeah. So that would have, let's close that. And it is still saying the macros folder not found. So that is not there. Is there a problem? If we go back up here, how do we, there's a, isn't there a command in here somewhere to restart, to manually restart it? Here, I'm just gonna power it off. And we're gonna look at the SD card. Let's see what it looks like. So to upload those into DWC, Duet Web Control. That's that web interface that we were just on. Did I see a dark theme? We will look. Let's pull this up. Let's go to here. And those are not there. So let's just see if we, new folder, macros. Did I spell that? Nope, max rows. Macros. And what was the other one? G code? G codes or G code? Let's go up here. G codes. G codes. Folder. G codes. Enter. Okay, let's close that. Plug it back in. Plug that in, and while we still have it powered off, let's get this back into place. Figure out okay. Figure out where our T-nut went. Yep, it popped slightly out. And same thing goes over. Okay. What it should be installing. Is there any stock macros and codes you can download for Milo? I'm gonna look at what's next. Let's pull this way. There we go. Friggin' T-nuts, I know. Good. Making sure I didn't miss anything. Power it on. Let's go back here and here. Oh, this changed the name of it. Connecting. And I'm not getting any errors down here now. So going to the macros folders, job folder still works, but I didn't get any errors. Well, Nergalrot, there was a instruction up here that these folders should exist, but there's nothing saying here that you create these two folders. Only these top ones actually existed. You gonna build any SLS printer anytime soon? There are no SLS printer kits, so. Okay. At this point, the basic firmware setup is complete, and all that remains are some firmware checks will be covered later in the manual. Firmware configuration available above is set up specifically for the Fly. You will need to modify this configuration if using a different mainboard. Spindle pin definitions. It is now safe to perform physical install your board into your mainboard mount. So the next step is I'm going to power this off, and I'm going to unplug it. So we're going to unplug it. We're going to get these fans installed because I want to put the bottom panel on, and I want to turn it over and start on installing the rest of the bits and pieces. So obviously a Voron SLS printer. Are you talking resin? So you will never see a Voron resin printer unless something in the hobby changes significantly. These are from some other, so hot end fan, they're labeled hot end fan. Where do you buy your raw materials? Is there a place in town? I don't know what places. I've bought a little bit of material just from Amazon. I'm gonna depin these. Where is, depin and put some. So. And we're going to cut these off. Make sure we don't cut them off into our electronics bay. That would be a problem. I'm just going to take that label off. It's not useful. SLS powdered fusion, not resin. Selective laser sintering, correct, sorry. There isn't really anything, is there, I guess I should ask, I'm not aware of anything that's hobby, able to be done in the hobby space yet. Am I lengthening wires? I'm trying not to, Josh. My initial, geez. My initial checks indicate that I can get this to barely work. My initial checks are that I should be able to get this to barely work. Hey, Joe, welcome. And hi, Charlie. Charlie 11. 2, 3, and 4. Look, a quick skim makes that seem like a neat setup. Fortunately, the fly board comes with terminals and connectors. Aluminum powder would be great at home. Not sure how explosive powdered nylon is. And then a couple of 2 pins. There we go. There's one SLS kit out there, tiny build volume, and it's close to 3,000. Ouch. Okay, what is the pinout of this? I think we have a document. Where is it? Didn't I have a, here, maybe it's over here. Here we go. Let's just copy this. And we'll use this page here. This is what I'm looking for. And I'm looking for the fan. There's a little positive that's there and there. So the positive side is towards the power connectors. Still need a crimp tool for those. Okay, so the positive side, if I'm going to plug that in right there. There. Okay, so holding this way. I am really hoping, like I said, Josh, that I can reach the spots. I don't really want to deal with extending wires right now. Trim those, I'll do this. I'm just going to run these on separate outputs. We could tie them together and run them off of one output. Pin name for the fans is fan 0, fan 1, etc. It's as you'd expect. Cool. Okay. So this is crimping this direction. There we go. one. There's a wire stop for the engineer. PA, it's selling separately. Ordered one to try. Oh, did you hear it? My wrist cracked when I clamped down on that. Okay, so those will plug into those two spots. Next thing we do is the very most fun task of all, especially with all this stuff here, is peel. Dr. D-Flow did a whole video on it. SLS is not for hobbyists. The mess and dust is outrageous. So I am confident in my statement still that Voron has zero plans on delving into SLS. Even get a, there we are. Ooh, it's the shiny acrylic. I don't like the shiny acrylic. There we go. Lots of that, so let's try. Our problem is getting a there's a dirty spot on that. There we go. Yeah, this is gonna make it fun. Has any of the other folks peeled this? Any of the other builders peeled this stuff yet? This is old cast acrylic that paper tends to become semi-permanent. Yeah. I wonder if a little bit of heat will help. I think my battery is dead on this. Do I have a good battery? Maybe down here. Yeah, this will work. Gotta get past the fans though, but the heat is helping a lot. Get past these fan pieces. Those are going to be bare no matter what. And this is horribly aged. Yeah, this whole side You can see this? That's gonna look horrible. That's not coming off clean no matter what. So maybe I'll try pulling it from here. This would probably be the worst of this acrylic stuff I've ever peeled. That's the inside side, as long as, yeah, that side might be clean. But yeah, that is the inside side. What the problem there, so everybody thinks that the technique, you got to peel up and away. There's little spots all along where it just starts ripping, and that doesn't help. I get the idea, but if it rips here on the edge like this, you still have to deal with that crap. Pulling up and away doesn't help. See? Instant. This old adhesive is just going to be a mess regardless. Exactly. Badly cut with a blade, not a laser. I have no, actually I don't. Lay it on a 110C printer bed and melt it. Well, I got a bed that would actually heat it all up pretty well, I bet. Yeah, this adhesive on this side is just terrible. Holding that edge is going to be a pain. Keep meaning to look up one of these. Toss it in the Phoenix along with the pizza. Yeah, see, instantly on the edges. You haven't seen a Milo running yet? Look up the 3DP and Me. One of the Milo developers, Dave, has had some recent videos. There was a tutorial video on early first project that he did recently that's pretty good. So 3DP and Me, look that up. Okay. I'm hoping the other side is easier than this. I'm hoping I just picked the wrong side to start with. Who needs a bottom panel? I will go through this. I will go through the pain to have a bottom panel. To remind, by now it would have grabbed the torch and just gone with the satin textured look. The other side, nobody will ever see it. No, this is the side that nobody's going to see because it's horrible. The other side looks better just from looking at the paper. Straight up. Get past all of this crap with the fan. That's not even a useful opening. Denies more on serials for no bottom panel. See, that's not even stuck down there. Whew. I made it. I'm sure that was super entertaining. I apologize, but gotta be done. Yeah, what would be a recommendation? So IPA is a bad idea because it's acrylic. What would be a good recommendation to try to clean that and see if it does clean? There we go. Goo Gone. Now I heard someone say Goo Gone is basically WD-40. How valid is that? I would have gone with IPA. IPA will cause little micro fractures in acrylic, Josh. I would too, having not been told that. Goo Gone is citric acid. Goo Gone is citrus. Clean my acrylic with Novus products. I haven't tried on stubborn protective film. I don't have my, I'm not gonna worry about this stuff right now. This is all there. So now, let's see how this is. The crazing is real. I messed up an acrylic panel like that using IPA. WD-40 has worked for me in the past. And WD-40 tastes totally different. That's funny. Am I on the Polar Club? Nope. Not from today, anyway. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Works so on VHB tape, I'd give it a shot. Let's see that. This is so infuriating, these side pieces that just start. One is co-product and the other's Pepsi. One used to have benzene in it, was reformulated, now primarily citrus oils. My battery is draining. Now. I would very much have preferred a matte. I mean, it's on the bottom of the printer. It doesn't really matter. But what is that? Trichloroethane out? No. Yeah, we're down. I didn't have a fully charged battery on that anyway. Close that. People watch. I need to have a little plug-in that says, don't show notifications if I'm on stream. Almost. This one's going way better. There we go. Hey Keith, welcome. Get into the fan spots. Go. Aha! On the home stretch. Ah. Didn't have a pack for this peel. There we go. Whew. And this side turned out clean. Whew. What a pain. What a pain. Let's see. Do I have... Let's just experiment. Where is that? Where did I put my WD-40? Do I have any handy? I had some. Where would I have put it? Where did I put that? Well, I might not have it handy. I may not have it handy. Oh, it might be in my drawer over here. You got carburetor cleaner. That's probably a bad idea. Brake clean. Garage door lube. Where did I put my WD-40? I know I have a thing of it. I don't know where it is. So I guess that experiment is dead on arrival. Carb cleaner dissolves stuff that acetone won't touch. Yeah, carb cleaner is nasty stuff. Oh, do I have any on my Zenit? That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I think that's a good enough idea that I might be, oh, I might be right back. But I do have, let's see. I have a WD-40 pen. Let's just put a little bit on there and see what it does. I think that's etched into the, I think that's actually etched into the acrylic. Yeah, WD-40 comes in a no mess pen. Or at least it did whenever I got this, which who knows how long ago that might have been. Let's just do this. Let's put some of that on these things, soak them up, get them off, and move on. Just laughs. Loctite on a stick and WD-40 on a pen. Yep. It is loosening up this crusty stuff. There's these bits here. It is loosening that up. But the citrus cleaner that I have that is like magic on many things, many adhesives, I will give that a try later. But this at least gets the rest of the paper off, or at least most of it off. Okay, that's disgusting, but it's gonna go that way, so. Now, are these screws in here for the fans? Is that why they are here? New piece of acrylic and a laser cutter. Well, I don't have a laser cutter, but well, not that I would be able to do this on. Let's go that way. There we go. I feel like Jason is going to watch this as a pod and be quite quietly embarrassed. Well, it's something that should be looked at. This is not a great experience using this particular acrylic. Okay, so if that's going that way, I think that needs to go right like that. And I think, I could be wrong. I could be wrong that these, nope, these aren't, I don't know that these are the screws. They're not long enough to get through the countersunk part of these. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. There are no instructions for this part. Just FYI, I have not found any instructions for how to deal with the fans that LDO included. A little bit of that starting up there. I don't know the best way to deal with this is. I think I'm in areas. Let's see here. I think I am in areas that I may be able to just use some button heads and nuts. Heat sets don't fit in these fans like they do in the others. I'm thinking button heads and nuts. Let's see. What length? No, not that length. A little bit longer than that. Try 16s. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, that's going to be the closest I can get to that fan port. So we're going to go there and hex nuts. Oh, what do we got? See ya, 3D Wolf. One, two, 3, 4. There we go. A little more efficient with this. Hey, Daniel. Of course I'm still going. I know. I don't know that I'm going to be able to plug these in. I think much of this kit is awesome. I think this sucks. Oops. Much of this has been a pleasure to build. This is a very much an afterthought that needs to be addressed. Okay. That one, so I think that's still going to be about the best. Hard to tell the depth from this view. Oh, I know. I think I'm just going to barely miss this, and there's nothing around here that it'll short out on. I'm hoping I miss these stepper drivers. I checked out a bit to work on the Micron. I'm glad to see I'm not the only one having a fun time with things. You having trouble on the Micron? So I grab a, yeah, that is not one that I want to be extra long. I grabbed an 18. Need a mod to use magnetic connectors. Magnetic connectors. Not trouble, just some frustrating bits. Okay, I'm going to plug this in. We have any bets on whether I'm going to be successful? The thing that I'm curious about. Okay, it's going to miss these. It's going to be over here, so that's okay. Like that driver, is that from the RC days? It is. It is. It's super nice. It's a long shank, ball end. Just going to go there. It means that I'm going to plug this one in. Oops. Plug that one in. I'll plug this one in first. I've done a cursory check. I don't think they're gonna collide with anything. Look at that. It's on and in and good. On and in and worked. Nothing's touching. Nothing is touching along there. So, I'm pretty sure we're going to use 8mm screws. I want to make sure these aren't going to, yeah, they don't bottom out. So let's shift this way. We'll put a shift it the opposite way. Now you need some Novas. Yes, to get rid of the fingerprints. Yeah, it needs some additional cleaning. That's for sure. I think I might put my electronics in a separate case. That is very common. Aquarium glass cleaner is nice for general cleaning of acrylic. I have some Plexo. It works pretty well too. Now this one I'm pretty sure is intended to line up with an LRS power supply, is why that's there. Not sure why LDO didn't just exclude it, since they're not using that power supply. But that is now all together. It's absolutely perfect. We're never gonna have to get back in there, and we will be good. Now we can move on to the next parts of the build. There, all good. We should have acrylic aquarium cleaner for computer monitors and such. Okay, all of this. So let's look at the next steps. What are the next steps? It'll be perfect. Nothing else to do under there. Except I am going to be testing my, when I do something for this, and I'm probably going to see about putting a USB port here. And I think I already have one that has a cover on it that'll work. JB weld the acrylic to the aluminum. So I will be back in there, but let's see. Where are we in the instructions? So we assembled, so now we had skipped. So the instructions have us putting parts together. Where was it? We have table assembly. We have Z-axis assembly to the, where does this go? Let's keep going. Z-axis. Sorry for all the scrolling. Bolting this to the XY. Famous last words. I'm at 5 hours. I am. Joining the Y and Z axis. And then where is the joining XY to the table? We have table assembly. It doesn't give us, then we install and then assemble electronics. Fix the table to the Y-axis of the mill using 3 corner brackets equispaced along both sides using M5x8. Hopefully I still have enough. So let's do that next. So we are going to, let's do this. Let's give myself a little bit of working area. It's off the edge. Free up. Let's bolt the XY assembly to this table. Need some stuff here. Get this stuff out of the way. Let's kill the power. How does this go on here? Right there. Remembering narrow needed longer screws for that part. The screws on bit by 1 or 2 threads. Okay. So this is not critical how straight this is on the table. We'll get it very, very close, but it'll be fine. So that goes on there. Wheels 2 to move the table. Yes, I can do that. That is a good idea. Okay, does this, it looks like this just goes to the front here, according to the stuff here. Yeah, everything goes on. That is even with that, and it's starting to look really good. So we're going to need more nuts here. I think this is going to be our best view. The channels in the extrusions will keep it reasonably straight. Yes. Yep. And let's do that. I'm gonna let that lead screw stick out just a little bit. Okay. If you're left-handed, there's a mod to flip the manual hand wheels to the other side of Y. Of X, you mean? I don't know. Okay, really just X or Y is the useful. There we go. I don't know. You would have to flip the entire thing, which would mean changing cable routing, you'd be moving the stepper over to that side. Do you post those hand wheels anywhere? Not yet. I have shared them with a few people, and I have no problem sharing them with anybody. I am going to, my plan is to release them, of course, but I want to make a version that uses a hex nut here. These use a heat set. I want to have both options available, and that's about it. The rest of it is solid as far as I know. Working on the micron in the printer room. Apparently it was cat emergency. Human is missing. Can't go too far. Don't want to drive that off the end. The easiest way to swap the sides would be to find a stepper with a rear shaft and mount the hand wheel to that stepper. Is that going to actually be easier? Is that actually going to be easier to find that? I would be surprised. Okay, where are these hardware? There we are. In my little angle brackets. They're in the hardware box. Favorite part of the build, I don't even want a Milo, I just want the hand wheels. I have 4 left. Nope, I have more. I have 2 more in here. Cat Air 404. Made it clear, but there's a version of the wheel without the drive pulley. It's 2 prints only, no hardware. Oh yeah. This is fully printed. This doesn't use that $10 pulley. Okay, let's look at fastener lengths. We have got a fastener here and going in there. That actually, yeah, that is fine. But these would work way better if we use the 10s. What else are we gonna have to be bolting in? I'm gonna take a chance on 10s and washers for these because we should be using washers in more spots on this build. I completely understand the problem with changing a build and the BOM implications and such. I will not argue against that. It's a very valid. I think anytime there's an opportunity for revision, then it might be something to look at. I may run into bolt head interference on this though, now that I look at it even closer. I may not be able to run that on here. Yeah, I can't. Darn it. Foiled again. Never mind. Never mind. Move this all the way forward, right to the front. There's where that's going to end up being. This comes in here. I feel like 8s are giving me enough threads there. I'm not worried about number of threads in that feel like I'm getting enough threads. CNC Eventi. I don't know what the very first, well, on stream, it's going to be interesting. I'm not sure. I don't want to cut anything metal because the noise is just going to be atrocious. I'm thinking a piece of pink foam or something, since I have a bunch of it. Oh, and I need Loctite. I need Loctite. Where? Oh yeah, I need Loctite. I'm not doing Loctite. I have Loctite. What if you did a softer metal like copper? It's still going to be very, very, look at how nice and fresh that is. Very, very loud. About a pound of frozen butter. Let's just machine some butter. We could do an ice sculpture. What about an ice sculpture? When is the giveaway today? The giveaway was 2 hours ago. It was 2 hours ago. So because I require folks to be here to win on my giveaways, I hold them at a consistent time. That is the reason that I hold them at a consistent time, is because I require folks to be here. Okay, so that can go there. That one can tighten. That one can tighten. If you need ballast, I can loan you a 26-pound cat to lay on. And then I'm gonna loosen this, and now I'm gonna measure the sides, I think. This right there. And a constant loser, but the stream is still worth far more than a roll of filament. Okay. This should be 80 millimeters, but these extrusions aren't 100% exactly 80.0. But if I go to about 80 millimeters, it should be very, very close. So that is a little under. Let's see what it is. I'm gonna measure over here. It's very close. So I'm just gonna go to 80. So then I have a new little tool. There we go. That right there. Mark the Loctite with today's date for future reference. I've got a permanent record. I'm gonna call that good. A little thwacker. Seems pretty nice. It's got a brass end, a plastic end, and a steel end, and they all just thread on, and the one you're not using attaches to the end of the handle. Now we put one right in between. So that's there. And this goes there. So what is this distance? This is 430 millimeters. So this one is going to go at 215. So I was close. I was about 10 millimeters off from center on these. Okay. Do this by hand. This Loctite is softer than the stuff I had been using, the old stuff. Did I hear your doorbell in the background? No, what you heard is my clothes washer. Someone is in there doing laundry. Yep, that's still perfect. Someone's doing laundry. If we're at 6 hours, are we having another giveaway? What time is it? I don't know if we'll hit 6 hours or not. Okay, so that's those. It's sad that I couldn't use washers, so I'll put those away. Here, that'll work. Actually, I want to go other way on those tweezers. Oh, they're over here. Made me go check the front door. Had a lot of good luck with my, you guys are talking about multimeters. I've had a lot of good luck with my Craftsman that I've had for years and years. But I have always wondered what the benefit I might get from something like a good fluke. Is this only attached using 6 bolts? It is. But all it's doing is holding the machine on the table. It's not actually contributing to anything. The benefit is it makes your wallet lighter. Although, I mean, your best bet is probably going to be to just move the electronics and bolt this to something more solid. I don't think, because this base isn't very solid to begin with, you're not going to gain anything by bolting this with more fasteners. I think that's correct. Okay, let's just leave. I like these. I like my little hand wheels. Center of gravity along with the dilithium matrix make minimal fasteners work quite well. The dilithium matrix. This is the compact setup. The more capable setup would be with something more rigidly bolted together. Now, let's see if I can get this measured. Right there. Right there. Need a little bit of oil in the knob. It is squeaky. Okay, that is on. Is that a metric or imperial squeak? It is metric. It is metric, and I'm about to fix it. It's irritating. I'm going to take this and an itty bitty bit of super lube. I think is going to be good enough. Just the tiniest little bit around here. Now I did use a partially threaded M3x30 because I just wanted it to roll or slide on the, where did that go? on this printed part better. And I think, there we are. Hey, Jax. Okay, and then that gets tightened to fit. Ah, much better. A little bit more tightened. Okay. Next. Shoulder bolt will work wonders with that. That's the problem with these drivers. Round profile. If your bench is not level, and I'm in a garage, so there is a slope, and it goes that way, they do not stay put. Okay, so GPs is reading my mind, because the next thing I'm going to do is put together the other wheel. So we have them on both axes. And these cables are going to be a nightmare until I get them run where they need to go. They're just gonna get everything in the way. Nero uses a hand drill to power his Milo bed. Okay, I need a heat set, a couple of them. Do I have everything I need right here? I have those. Where is my other? Where are the pre-assembled ones? I might have to run to the other garage, but this is the basic setup. There is a printed hub, okay, and a part here. Now this is compatible with the purchased hub or this. I'm gonna just use the printed ones, even though I've purchased them. They get held together with 5 screws, and if you really wanted to make it extra strong, you could acetone weld this together. Maybe you can machine scallops on those driver handles. Those on the handle itself. Got little grooves in there. Okay, so this goes together. It is really important to hold these together well as you're putting these 5 screws in. So I made a fixture. So, and I do want to revise this fixture so it auto aligns on this side, but this just goes through and holds these together. I want to put this heat set in first though. There is a heat set that goes right there. I'm going to model one that uses a hex nut also. How you fix a handle without it unscrew itself when you spin. This hole here that the screw goes into, the screw goes almost to the other side. An M3x30 is a long, where did I put those? Well, let's just grab any M3x30. Let's just grab this. This is an M3x30. So that is going to go almost all the way through the part. There's a optional heat set for the first part of this, just for part strength. But then after that far, it's a self-tapping thread into plastic, which will act like a lock nut. Offer a knurled version on the outside surface. This is perfect because this diameter here, or radius, is 42 millimeters. So it can't get any better. Okay, 2 heat sets. I can just use 2 of the same. That'll be fine. It's just for aesthetics. Yeah, you're not really grabbing this by the, maybe for some fine adjustments. I'm gonna answer your question here in a second, the GPs, but I wanna put this heat set in because it'll help to demonstrate. So we're gonna put a heat set in right there. I'm just gonna hold this. Make sure that goes through. And I'm going to put a heat set in here. Make sure that that's not above that surface. 42 is the answer. Yep. And then an M3 by 16 socket head is what I have this spec'd for. And I'm going to show you how this works. There's a 16. Okay, so this is the hub. If we thread this in, if we watch as I do this, the first time you thread it in, well, this one I must have already done. It breaks right there. It breaks. Now that's intentional. There is a gap inside the part there that makes that weak in that exact spot. So that's where it's going to break. So there's a gap modeled in that is basically a, like for supports. And then the first time you tighten it down, that will crack and break intentionally right there. So that's how that is intended to work. But most buster, non-most buster. Yeah, there is a version here without the knob if you just wanted the wheel. I had modeled a version specifically for Josh here and Nero if he ends up using it. So then this goes on here and this threads onto the end because there's an M5 nut in there. Then we make sure that that is lined up in those spots, which like I said, I want to make this self-aligning by utilizing these spokes on the outside. So it'll just go in and be fine. But you don't need more than hand pressure on this. Will be fine. And then in 3x10, where is, so is that failing for success? I didn't catch the whole context. Okay, so that gets held together with that. So then this can't fall out of alignment. And then you, these drive into plastic and you should drive just a couple of threads in on each. Somewhat related on Silly Butts models, specifically on the slab. What are the lines on the core parts? Perhaps just alignment marks? I don't remember what you're referring to. This is a tight fit. The clamp cracking to work is, oh, failing for success. Got it. Got it. Thank you. That's 5.5 hour stream brain. So we're just putting these in partially. They go about halfway through on all of them, doing opposite, just like you're tightening lug nuts on a car. You go the opposite end each time. Clarify later on Discord, you're probably pretty wiped out. Go most of the rest of the way. Now this idea of using these screws to hold the hub and the wheel together is directly from Voron. This is how the printed version of the Z drives for a V2 were done. Deliberate Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference or just a happy accident? Oh, that was very deliberate. Okay, then we'll go in. And this doesn't, all it needs to do is bottom out. This being tight, these screws being tight give nothing towards this holding together. It's just the threads. You could use grub screws in here if you wanted them to be hidden. You could use grub screws in here and it would hold. This can come apart. That's that. And then the M3x30 through a knob. The knob's in, I think I only printed a couple of them because the knob hasn't changed through any revision. So I think it's on one of these previous versions in the other garage. I love the look with the alignment part on it. Don't forget your heat set iron is on. It's asleep, but you're right. It goes to sleep almost immediately. But it heats up so fast, I haven't bothered to change that. Oh, that's the other thing. So this is not going on here. My early models here, I designed the inner diameter here exactly 8 millimeters, which means when it's printed, it's too tight. It really needs to be like 8.2 to be a good slip fit. My intent was I was gonna ream this out so that it fits well, oh, hey, there's where they are. So I get to take this off after all. Never mind. They're in here. There's a shallow head on that. Now, these stainless steel screws here happen to be extras from the Prusa stuff. They have a smooth outer surface on the head instead of the little, the texture on most of them. Yeah, I need to super lube it. I remember the easy things, see? I forget steps in the RepRap firmware config, but I'll remember super lube. Could you post in Discord to this version with the printed parts? Yeah, but my intent is to get this out on, this will be one of those things I'm probably going to put out on printables. But now that will thread in. Now this idea of threading into a heat set and then using a plastic, threading into plastic behind it as a thread lock, I got from Jared. He did this on the Galileo too. I don't know where he got it or if he just came up with that idea, but it's a good one and I'm using it. So that's threading into plastic right now. So that's going to kind of act as a thread lock. It's nice and smooth. And then I have a 8mm reamer probably over here. Yep. But I'm just going to take this and just run it right through the inside. I want to make sure that the clamp wasn't tight when I'm doing this, but just a quick run through. There we go. That one can just go all the way to the end there. See, that screwdriver. It is not perfectly straight. I have never been able to get a printed clamp to run perfectly true, but it is perfectly fine. Okay, there, this one, got a black screw in this one. I'm going to swap it out for a stainless. Yeah, oh yeah, this is perfectly adequate for this. And there shouldn't be, I mean, if you bump across this, it's likely to break. But yeah. Okay. Use your gauge to check the straightness of the beds. I did. I put my dial test indicator mount on the rails here and ran across here while indicating against this surface, which this is an extrusion. It's not a perfect surface, and it is very close to square to the X is very close to square to Y. So they are not designed. These are not designed to slip. There is the idea of making like this like a castle feature on there, to where you would have to press in and then turn, otherwise it'll free spin. But what was your print time for the handles? I can tell you. Let's go. Yeah, let's go here. Gray Trident. Let's go history. And here's 2 hand wheels, 2 of them. Oops. Does that give me? Ah, nope. If oh, here, I can't get that. That's 2 of them, and it was 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours. It used 27 meters of filament. So that's that. That is that. Mill is complete. You're ready to move on to the pre-flight checklist. No, it's not. We got to go back here to the Z-axis, which I don't think we're going to go go very far on. Typical Voron settings. Yeah, I didn't do anything special on these. I think 4 perimeters, 40% infill. I got all that stuff. But what I think we might do to finish this off in the next 20 minutes or so, we'll just go to a full 6 hours, is get the X and Y wiring kind of going. Because I think that would be helpful. And it will be helpful to me, so they're not hanging out everywhere. So let's move this around here. And we've got all of this to manage. There we go. Ready for pre-flight checks? Well, Prusa got that from somewhere too. They didn't make that up. what printer. I don't have an X1 carbon. I have no bamboos. That was on my Trident, my gray Trident. You may block access to attach Z if you do that. Will I? Everything's going right here. You just attach to the top surface. I think I can do this without blocking access, because these are the only bolts, and then through the back here, there's three here and here. So, you were joking? Well, good. I'm gonna take the risk because all of this is a pain in the neck. And next stream we'll put Z on and I'll undo part of it if I have to. So how we're gonna do that is we're going to use, much of this is in the, I think much of this is in the LDO guide. But also, for the most part, this is pretty self-explanatory. We are going to have, let's separate out what we have here. What do we have? This is to the spindle. So we're going to put that over there. This is to X, so it's coming this way. This one is to Y, so it is going right here. So that's not even going through the chains. This is tool setter, so that is going here, not through chains. And this is probably Z, so that's going off this way. And then Y is just going right here. And let's just plug that in. Is that okay? There we go. Aha. A little loop underneath the thing. I'm also going to go through and cover every one of these slots with that extrusion slot cover stuff all through here. So hopefully it's just wipe it off. Does tool setter not travel through the chains, or it just hangs loosely? Maybe it does. Maybe it goes through this chain and then just goes here. Yeah, that would make sense. I'm sorry. You're right. You are right. We have cable chains. And we don't know which is which necessarily, except that one's Z. Hero got his backwards. His chains? Oh, that's right. That would need to... Huh, that's interesting. The tool setter should go through both, huh? I do want to point out something that I need to suggest as a edit. And I think I can use this as an example. So these cable chains, many of them, and especially the generic ones I have most experience with, are not flat on the bottom. When you model the part to be flat and you tighten these down, it pulls in on the ends of the end here. So for instance, you see the bottom there, that is not flat across there. There's a 0.4 millimeter, about 0.4 millimeter up. Yep, you can see it there. There, you can see it right in there. And when you tighten that down, it pulls the sides of this in like that. If we model in, and we don't do this in a lot of spots, not even in Voron. If you model in that to account for that, then your chain ends will be easier to assemble. You have to modify the length of one post installation. I am imagining that I'm going to have to do the same. Although I can help with that by pulling this to the maximum here. And this is going to go like that. Go right here. So really, we just need however much. So we've got too much length here. We probably want to do whatever the minimum is required so we have as much cable length as we can. So that's probably going to go right there and just split it right here. Yeah, because that's not going to, yeah, so I'm going to split this right here. And that's what I'm going to call my Y length. Assemble the chain end before tightening these screws. You shouldn't have to. If you shouldn't have to do it before tightening the screws assembled. You should be able to tighten this down and then snap this into place. Then you don't have to avoid the wires that are going through there too. This is going through there. And this. That is bugging me though, that the tool setter is not going to be able to go through X. That might end up getting a connector here underneath the, in this bridge here. I might even make just a little junction and just do another wire going out to here. I think that's probably what I'll do. Are there any other wires that go through there? This is X and end stop and that. So if we look at the docs, there are some info I thought back here. X motor. So this is the chains going to here. I always thought this extra tension is to prevent it from coming loose after assembly. I think Nero just left it loose. Assemble the chain end before tightening. Sourcing my Milo right now. Install on your stream. Awesome. Welcome. Hopefully it's helpful. Okay, so there's nothing really interesting about that. For the Y motor, we have having to refresh this page for pictures to work is getting pretty annoying. Okay, so we have that, which goes up here. Oh, and it goes through you see a cover. Okay, so we want to do that. It's hard to see here, but there is a wire cover. How does it differ from the original design? If you go into the description there, Lopany, it's very close. There are a few printed parts changes for the LDO kit, and they cite those out in the LDO link that's down there. How about some shims? So that's what I did. So shifting gears back to these cable ends, I put washers. I put nylon washers underneath all of these. I fixed it because I didn't want to reprint all these parts, but I set the cable chain length without knowing exactly where this needs to go. I think this is just bolted in place. Where does that actually go? Hey, Konstantin, where does that actually go? was that in these? So that would be the y-axis. Was there a location there that I set? This is here. Sorry for all the scrolling. Fasten using a spring nut. Fasten one end link. It doesn't actually say where. We could look at the CAD. Let's look at the CAD. Oh, and I'm sorry. I said sorry for all the scrolling and I wasn't even showing it. I'm making my own with the FJM. Awesome. I'm going to switch over here to the shared screen as soon as it comes up. We got 10 more minutes-ish. I want to get some of these wires managed. That's the goal here. So I don't have to worry about floppy wires. And I'm just waiting for Fusion to start up. And I don't know what it's going to start up with it by default, otherwise I'd be sharing my screen. Yeah, that was a good idea not to share my screen. Lopany, thanks for becoming a member. It's awesome. Okay. Bed not heating at expected rate failure. Do I suspect SSR or bed thermal fuse? You have a few things to troubleshoot. Is it not heating at all? This is opening the CAD. While that's doing that, there's another factor in the LDO docks. We've got extra brackets and stuff, but there is a, where is it? There is an extra bracket. Where did they put that? This is kind of an indicator of where that is. Oh, here it is. This, but that just goes to the back. Okay, that goes in behind there. Never mind. This little bracket here, I was wondering if it would influence where that goes. Go back here. And that confirms where that fan is. That part's changed designs. Mine doesn't have that chamfer in the back like that. Or I used the wrong one. I think I used the wrong one. I think I used the wrong one. I used, hold on. Yep, that's where one of those that is supposed to go on the Z went. That's supposed to go on the Z drive, and that's where it is. Remember the ones that I was missing on the Z column? That's one of them. Yeah, if we look here, I've got a no chamfer on the back there. So I printed the wrong one. That's okay. That's not detrimental. That looks to be right about where it's supposed to be. And that's easy for me to swap out. So I'm going to keep going. I am going to take this wire, which is the Y end stop wire. That is going to go underneath that to the front here. And I'm going to put this right back on here, even though it's going to get swapped out later. The offset is the same. I'm going to reprint this. I'm not going to let that go. I'm going to reprint that for the right part. And I'm actually going to tweak it and model in that step I've been talking about and see how well that works. But this is going in here, and then we can put this okay. So that's there. This is going to go through here, and then what orientation does that switch? Let's see if we can just see it here. Is it modeled in? There we go. So we're going to put the switch right like that, using whatever M2.5 screws are appropriate. M2.5 by 10s, it looks like. That explains why you have the little piece of cover. In there. Yep. Oh, my stomach's starting to growl. Good thing we're almost done. Of course, these don't fit. These don't fit in there. They almost do. I think it'll thread in. I think, yeah. It's a very tight fit, so I'm threading it in, and then basically stripping it. And it seems to be okay. These are not. These have heat sets. These for this kit are intended to be heat sets. So I'm just kind of, it's a loose, I mean, it's a friction fit into the switch. So I'm just kind of intentionally driving it in, and then stripping the wires. I mean, stripping the housing there. And then I'm gonna have to just thread. That's going to be a problem. Okay, let's pull this one out. We're gonna thread that in. There we go. That's not great. These switches are not really meant to have an M2.5 going through. An M2 would have been better. Yeah, it's Loctite. There we go. At least it's on. And then there will be, fold this in, out of the way. There we go. I like that. Zip tie, and this is rather tight into the electronics area. Yeah, it's okay. So where are the zip ties? Are they in the hardware box? Yes. Oh. Oh. Itty bitty, these are the typical LDO which I love these zip ties. They're relatively long and really thin. But you could fit like 4 of them in this slot. This slot right here. So I think what we'll do is just do 2 of them in opposite orientations to each other. That'll work. Okay. Let's do the same thing. Yep. Go. Now, the kit does come with a bunch of this extrusion slot cover. And it's okay. There's nothing special or not about it. I don't find that it holds in place as well as the OpenBuild stuff. Those Hakko flush cutters are best purchased in like 5 packs. Okay, so there's quite a bit here. This is nice. Not enough to do as many areas as I want to do on this device, but they are in different lengths. I wonder why. It's just like, here's a pile of these. None of the short ones are gonna be the right length. Let's get a little view on what the difference is. So this is the OpenBuild stuff. This is the LDO stuff. I suspect the LDO stuff, you could probably stuff more wires inside. But this stuff will hold in better. We're still gonna use, I'm gonna start by using one of these though. So let's do this. That's probably good. This is going to go all the way to just enough for it to poke out the back, and then probably go to about here on the front. So I'm going to cut that. Right there. And then we're just going to slide this in, push it back. There we go. If that's any better. Oh, sorry about that. Maker Viking, welcome. Yeah. So now the Y end stop wiring is underneath a slot cover going underneath the cable chain. It's going to go through here. This is just a PTFE cutter, pneumatic tubing cutter. Okay. I determined that this is a good spot for this. So this is probably, this is where we're gonna end. Is I'm gonna get this first run done, and then I think I'm gonna end. So if that's gonna go that way, we're going to put this on here. And clip these as I go. Extended. It is a pretty long stream, but I want to, it'll be interesting, the timing. How much is left? Is it reasonable for next stream to be the last one? I don't think so. I think next stream is going to be more more lining up and assembling the Z and stuff. I think there's one more after that. Okay, so that's gonna go in there. Bernard, thank you. 6 hours, you're a trooper. Appreciate that. And then there's probably, I think there's a cover that can, I think, where is that cover? Let's see how this does. That? Or is that just for the, that's not a lot of space there. It might be for something else. We'll find out. So now I can't really get a good shot here. This should go underneath and snap onto the chain end down here. There we go. There. That's on there. So, okay. And then this will come around. Now this I don't know what I'm going to do with this, because ideally I'd put a connector right here in the middle to extend this through the X chain and on. Then these would go. There's lots of tramming to do, yeah. Do you ever publish the files for the handles? Not yet. I have shared those with several folks, and I don't have any problems with sharing them. I just haven't had the chance to do the couple of tweaks I still want to do on them. So that's going to go something like that. This one has to go in there too. This little groove in here is really, the LDO stuff has some much thicker wire than this was all designed for. And although I love these thin zip ties, some thicker ones would not be bad for this build. Let's just throw this on here temporarily and see what happens. Does the manual show a suggested route? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I know that this is the route. I just want these to take the same, let's see, the same curve there. This is going to get pulled into that groove in there. That zip tie does. Yeah, I think they could. I might swap it out for a thicker zip tie. For one thing, it's not going to cut into cut into this jacketing as much over time. Do like that. Like I said, I really want this to go through the X chain as well, and then we'll mount it over here. Mount it right, the Long John spool setter over here. Nice, nice, thank you. The manual show a suggested route, way late today. Channel only looks like it's for one wire. The other zip ties in, it's gonna be fun. I'm not too worried about that. I can get that. I feel like I've got enough finger dexterity to get that going. But I think right there is probably a good spot to call it. This can come up here now and not be quite as obnoxious. These are going to continue to be obnoxious. That was good progress. I think we took quite a bit of time on wiring, but that's a good thing. Hey Josh, thank you. Loctite Fund. All the way out, there we are. Oh boy, what a mess in the background. I got boxes I have to throw away from this. But thanks for another great stream. See you on Tuesday. Yep, so we will be back. Let's just go this way. We will be back on Tuesday with the Green V2 build. This will continue on Sunday. Failure of subtitles to work on online broadcasts is a significant loss. I don't know if I turn them on. I don't know if I can. Yeah, so thank you everyone, especially everyone that was here for a whole... Oh, you just noticed the shirt, Daniel? Thanks, especially those that are here for an over 6-hour stream. Thanks to LDO for providing this kit. Thanks to the Millennium team for the design. It has been fun. There have been some frustrating parts, but they are, in the scheme of things, pretty minor. The fans on this are are frustrating, but the rest of it has been pretty fun. We will be back, like I said, next Sunday for more of this, on Tuesday for the V2. So I hope everyone has a good rest of your week. Well, good Monday, and then hopefully I'll see you Tuesday. Thanks to Polymaker for the filament giveaway, and LDO for the CNC parts kit giveaway. And let me see if there's anything I'm missing. Nope, nothing. So thanks for all the gifted memberships or new members, and we will see you next time. Enjoy the build, everyone. Bye.